Moments like that will make any golfer happy.
Stop in today or book your appointment on Osteds.com. All burps will be taken as a compliment.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, trunk lids, license plate holders, and headlights. They've got lots of headlights. When you need parts, get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. eBay Motors. Let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer-lasting scent.
Attention football fans. It's always football. The wait is almost over, and if you're looking for tickets to see your favorite teams this upcoming fall, Tickets for Less is your go-to destination for the best selection of tickets, whether you love the Huskers, the Chiefs, or all of the above. Tickets for Less never charges service fees on tickets. Never, ever. They also offer fully transparent pricing, which is key, which you also will save big money at checkout over the other sites. Plus, you can save even more on your next ticket order with ticketsforless.com when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout. Simply enter the code THEZONE now and save at ticketsforless.com.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no per-ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It's time for the crossover.
Is there not squeeze play today?
There's no college baseball's done until Friday.
No more squeeze play? But
Well,
what are we going to
baseball
squeeze?
is taking some time off because they got to get ready for the next round.
What do you want them to do squeeze play for, Josh?
I don't
because
know.
Josh is a big fan of squeeze play. He's
I
finally
love
come
squeeze
around to
play.
the fact that
It's so good.
being able to watch all of these cool games at the same time is a
Have
really
you seen
neat
this?
deal.
Have you heard about this?
And
It's really cool.
unlike any of the others, Squeeze Play is hosted by 1620 The Zone alum Matt Schick.
See, every time I watched it this weekend, it wasn't him. He was off of it.
Oh, you got a problem with women, huh?
No, I'm just saying Matt wasn't there. I love women.
Problematic, Josh.
No, I love women.
No, Chris
Josh
Budden,
Peterson,
Chris
you're for
Budden
women.
usually did the early shift, and then Schick did
So
the
that
late
explains
shift.
it. I wasn't watching at night.
Yeah,
because it was
except
the
for the
weekend and I
very
had
first
things
day,
to
he
do.
did the morning shift, and Chris did the late shift.
Oh, okay.
But after that, they would usually. Well, in fact, they did the little
I
handoff.
saw the bald guy. Looks
like
like kind of like my dad. So that guy.
That's Mike Rooney.
Yeah, he kind of looks like my dad.
Yeah, that's Mike Rooney.
Yeah. Okay.
Good friend of Mike Farron.
I'm sure he's great. Oh, he's talked about him before.
Rooney's
Runes.
hilarious.
He calls him
Runes.
Yeah,
Runes?
they host the
Runes,
college baseball podcast.
He's hilarious.
Okay, I
Funny guy.
wondered why I recognized him. I saw him in
that's Mike
Omaha.
Rooney, yeah.
Okay.
And he'll be in Omaha.
Yeah, he does the.
Nice.
He's like the dugout reporter for ESPN, right?
You know,
He was doing that for a
Well,
while.
Remember back in the day when Aaron
Andrews did
yeah,
it.
Yeah, yeah. Remember that?
Oh, my-
What?
Dave Gustafson hated her.
Oh, really?
So Dave Gustafson, who works with us on our Creighton baseball broadcast, he used to be the sideline reporter
for
our coverage of the College
for
World Series.
Westwood One.
Back at Rosenblatt when we were at Rosenblatt,
Yeah, I remember those days.
and he would be down on the
I don't-
field, and of course at Rosenblatt, you don't have the ability to move around as much. I mean, you were pretty much stuck at the dugout.
Yeah.
You couldn't move around the stadium very well because, we didn't have the concourse.
But could a certain somebody move around well?
Huh?
I thought you were going to say, but Aaron Andrews was just wandering around.
Well, but there was apparently there were turf wars going on about, where they could be, where she could be, where he couldn't be, and all this other stuff. And yeah, he wasn't a big fan.
Yeah. So
I'll have to ask him again and give me
get some stories.
I have a connection to Gus as well. Dave Gustafson. He was the UNO football play-by-play when I was the sideline reporter for that broadcast. My first ever official sports broadcasting gig.
Yeah.
It was Dave Gustafson, Chris Bober, and John Schreiner bringing you Maverick football.
And then they canceled it?
I
Are
was
you to blame?
So I've been over this before. So I was the sideline reporter for UNO football in their final season of existence, right? I was the sideline reporter for the Omaha Nighthawks in their final season of existence, right? Yeah. I was the sideline reporter for Cox's coverage of high school basketball in its final season of existence. Don't make me your sideline reporter.
That coming up this year at the College World Series, our new dugout reporter is John Schreiner.
John's going to time travel, and we're going to find out that he was actually the sideline reporter for Creighton football back in the day.
One of my ancestors.
Yeah. Great Grandpa Schreiner.
Well, another exciting season of Creighton Blue Jay football. The Jays finished 6-6 this year.
This will never end.
This
We're
will
always going to
never
watch
end,
it.
and don't forget to remain vigilant and don't take sides in the Great War over there in Europe.
And then,
because that's what killed Creighton football was
the Great War.
Yeah, because
it was the Second Great War.
The Second Great War,
1942.
People forget about the first one.
They do.
My record as a play-by-play man is not as bad as my record as a sideline
Creighton,
reporter.
or excuse me, Omaha women's
Omaha basketball hasn't been
still
canceled.
Still alive.
Creighton in their final year went 5-4 in football, 1-4 in the Missouri Valley. So they had a tough go in the Missouri Valley. They beat teams such as Fort Riley, Drake, Colorado Springs Air Base, and Texas Tech. Take that. They beat a Power 5 school, but they lost to Tulsa, St. Louis, Oklahoma A&M, and Washington University. What a tough season it was.
Oklahoma A&M.
Yeah. Who is Oklahoma A&M?
That would be Oklahoma
State. Nice. Look at them apples.
Yeah. So, yeah,
where did they play their home games at?
There was a stadium
Creighton
on campus.
Stadium.
There was a stadium. I can't remember exactly what's in that spot now.
It's 27th and Burt. So probably just, what is over there? Is that dorms?
Well, that's over by...
Is that the church? Over by the church?
Well, I mean, everything's kind of close to the church. I'd have to look.
Here we go.
I've seen a map.
The University School of Medicine is what's over there now.
Yes. It's right next to the freeway.
Right there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
you can see it from the...
It's right at that exit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Creighton
Had an
Stadium.
unconventional east-west alignment. How fun is that? The sun was
Alignment?
setting in the wrong.
Oh, no.
Realignment, baby.
So
which conference would Creighton
the
be in
wind
if
was
they
going
were
to be
still here?
blowing at the back of one of the teams most often.
And they'd go into the sun or away from the sun.
Well, it'd be blowing crosswind most of the time. If you're going east-west, usually the wind is going north or south.
True. Yeah.
Interesting.
But back then, the footballs were so obscenely
Oh
large.
my gosh! Yeah, they were running the damn ball.
And they weren't
back.
throwing the ball.
Kicking.
Speaking of run the day, I did. I don't know if you guys heard about it. I did my the evolution of run the ball guys today, which generated the most interaction of any of the things I did.
What did you do?
So I said that there are 4 types of run the ball guy. There's run the ball guy, run the damn ball guy. Then you get to RTGDB.
Oh yeah, you can't say that on the radio.
And then you get to RTGDMFB.
Oh,
and the final stage is like we're throwing things at the TV. We've put holes in the drywall.
Oh yeah.
Where would you find yourself on the scale, John?
I don't know, because it depends on the situation.
So maybe the lowest form.
There's
of
an
run the ball
evolution
guy.
there. Right?
Yeah, well, it depends on the situation. I mean, there's sometimes where don't be cute, just run the stupid football. There are other times where you've got to mix it up a little bit. I mean, I believe in a run game because football is a game of land acquisition, and you want to truly acquire land, you got to do it on the ground.
In my assessment, John is run the damn ball guy.
I'm probably the second level.
Because the first level guy, he's actually more angry than the second level, but he's masking his anger with sarcasm because he's going.
Because he's going to run.
Maybe we should run the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just depends. It just depends because every game is different. Now, at the end of the day, when you're trying to run the clock out, you should be able to run the ball.
Yeah.
Or you need to be able to run.
Yeah, I think running the ball is obviously important. I think one of the biggest reasons it's important is the psychological aspect. Being physical. So there was this football game last year. It was played 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? In Columbus, Ohio. And one of the teams decided to establish that physicality and whooped up on the pansy soft-ass team that was a little from the south of them.
And then about a month later, that same team,
both of them lost actually same day. Who
that
cares?
Same team that tried to establish the physical nature got used by the 3-3-5,
which is now coming to the Big Ten Conference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think running the ball can be a very valuable thing.
And the team that got ran on missed by just a field goal.
Yeah, close only matters, John, and horseshoes and hand grenades.
Whereas the other team really got their ass kicked.
And nukes. Did they? They both lost by a score.
Because their head coach, famously chokes in big games.
Famously? You talking about Ryan Day again?
I'm talking about.
Oh, my bad.
I'm talking about Naked Boy.
Oh, Naked
Jim Harbaugh.
Naked Boy.
Nice.
Josh used to have a T-shirt of Naked Jim Harbaugh.
He was
Naked
just
Jim
shirtless.
Harbaugh?
John, he was just shirtless.
He was nude.
It was a very normal shirt. Find a new slant.
So it's not full. It's just partial frontal nudity.
Yeah, he was just lifting his arms up, excited.
Josh, as you're going through the TV guide, can you check to see if they've already renamed the PGA channel, the Blood Money
the
channel?
Golf channel.
Was it the Blood Money channel now?
No, I looked over there. It's still golf.
It's not Blood Money?
No.
This is like,
I don't know what this is, so we'll have this
a
on.
wild story.
Well, that
is
looks
it
like
not?
Drew Brees.
I mean,
I truly thought as I was going through the internet, the first person I saw tweet about it was Shefty Schefter. And there's no more blue check mark.
Yeah.
And so I had just read a story, maybe it was yesterday, maybe it was 2 days ago, that people were getting duped by fake Schefter accounts.
Yeah.
So I thought,
remember when blue check marks mattered?
Fake Schefter.
That's what I tried to tell
again.
John about like 3 weeks ago.
I tried to warn him. I saw it retweeted from CNBC was the first place I saw it.
Right. But
And
I
was
actually
just like,
clicked
this
in
can't be
and I
real.
saw, wait a minute, look at all these legitimate people following this Adam Schefter account. And then about that same time, the other tweets started rolling in. I'm like, holy crap, it's true.
Well, my initial skepticism was like, one, this can't be real. Two, why is CNBC tweeting about sports? Like, this is not their thing.
Used to be the home of Darren Ravel.
Well, but they had the exclusive interview. They had
that's how they got it
they
first?
had Monahan in studio.
That makes sense.
I thought it was an interesting choice though, because when ESPN, they've got contract with the PGA, CBS, NBC still has some golf.
They
but
have
it's not.
the Open Championship, and I think they have the U.S. Open still. So they have two. I mean, they have two of the majors.
But how much of the actual PGA Tour do they have?
Well, I mean, they get the FedEx Cup at the end.
Oh, that's
now, I know
right.
you don't care about that, but they have big tournaments. All things considered.
But
they
I just
have
thought,
the end of the.
I just thought it was interesting that was the place they decided to do it. There had to be a reason for it.
And did you see that Monahan's quote during that interview? We're going to bring a lot of smiles to the faces of little kids.
I have and I don't want to step on our show too much today, but one of my opinions on the LIV discussion is, and I made this comparison recently, and I don't remember what it was for, John, but it reminds me of the late night wars of like Conan and like Jay Leno, like the second iteration of it, where there's just so much said about something that all things considered is not anywhere near like the most popular sport in the country.
But
like we're a Midwest sports talk show, and how much time are we wasting today talking about golf? It's wild how this sucks up so much oxygen when on a typical Saturday or Sunday, a small sliver of our audience is even paying attention, let alone to the LIV Tour.
But this is why we pay attention to sports, though. And I've said this: it's drama. Drama is the reason we love sports. This is a huge dramatic story.
Because I was listening to a little bit of like golf radio on the way in and just different takes on this. And there are people trying to make comparisons to like AFL, NFL merger.
ABA, NBA.
There's nothing that compares to this. Nothing. Because Lamar Hunt and the other members of the Foolish Club, which is what the original AFL owners were called, None of them were trying to wash dirty money.
Yeah.
By their participation in sports. They just wanted to have a football team.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, while this is, yes, a business transaction, the undertones of everything beneath it and all the vitriol that was out there was so unlike anything we've ever seen.
The PGA made this more than a sports story.
Yes.
They did. So
and in many ways had the right to do so.
Sure. There's no argument there. But my comparison today was like, imagine if Batman created a villain and propped up this villain as this dangerous threat to the city, and then said, I'm gonna meet him halfway. We're gonna do some superhero stuff, but we're also gonna do some villain stuff now. We're a team.
Yeah. I mean, that's
fun comparison.
It's not totally inaccurate. It really isn't. And now listen, I mean, we'd be an idiot not to think that. I mean, we know that the NBA has problematic relationships with China. I bet we don't have to dig very far into some of the owners of some of the other major sports teams and find out, where some of their affiliations lie.
Dan Snyder,
R.I.P. Owning,
So it's
not in life.
So and so it's not like there's many sports out there that are businesses that can claim moral high ground. But this was one where it seemed like in a world where you're either all this or all that, and we're so divided on so many things.
This was a chasm we could not cross.
This was, okay, this is going too far. Because this is literally the Saudi government trying to sports wash its reputation by just pouring gobs and gobs of money. I mean, the money that they were paying, I heard a story today. Will Zalatoris, PGA golfer, was offered $100 million to join.
Guaranteed money.
Turned it down on principle. He's now hurt. He's not playing. But he turned it down.
How did those guys feel now?
And he was, I mean, we're talking like a mid-level guy. I think he's got one tour win in his entire life.
Yeah, he's pretty new to the tour.
He's not a big deal.
No.
The obscene amount of money that they are throwing at these golfers is ridiculous. All they're trying to do is, hey, look at what we're doing. We're trying to make this better. We're trying to make that better, et cetera, et cetera, et
We're
cetera.
empowering the golfers against
Yeah. And now literally the organization that was hell-bent on mocking it, destroying it, dismissing it, is now like, we'll take it. We'll take your money. It's crazy.
Kids,
this is unlike any other merger ever.
Kids, no cookies before supper, okay? Cookies before supper, bad for you. What are you having, Mom? Cookies before supper.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah. And it is. It's going to put some people in really awkward situations.
Well, Rory's already in like, what does he do? If you're Rory McIlroy at this point, you've been towing the company line. You've been.
I'd say he's gone even further than I'd say he wasn't even towing the company line. I thought he was being aggressive.
He was being aggressive
in a good way.
He was on the
it.
front lines for the PGA against LIV, and he has been absolutely stabbed in the back.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if I was Rory McIlroy, I would be so insanely upset today.
Yeah, and honestly, he's probably got the most powerful voice out there.
And that's probably why we haven't heard from him yet.
And now he's going to have to shut up and take it.
Well, it does make you wonder why he was so quiet.
That's
before the PGA.
This is the other thing. Like,
he was so quiet.
See, but I mean, now I haven't read everything, but it seems like from all the reports today, everyone was blindsided by this.
Yeah, but
on the LIV tour and
I'm
the
not
PGA
trying to make
tour.
it sound like he's being a hypocrite here. I'm not accusing him of that, but I do wonder if maybe someone got in his ear and said, hey, we need to tone down the rhetoric this week. And maybe they used it as because we want to highlight our championship because it was the PGA championship. But in reality, they were telling him to do it because they knew this deal was coming.
This was one of my other observations was like, this was a huge story and it was always just there in the background, right? There was always something new about the PGA and LIV and this player and that player. And then for like the past couple of weeks, it just seems like it kind of went away a little bit. And I don't know if it just got buried in my sports consumption or what, but it seems like I wasn't hearing anything about that. The protagonist antagonist relationship between
I think part of it is like when it first came out, it was such this huge big story because it was new, right? So anytime there's something new, it's going to be big. Then there's the first major.
Seem to go away.
See, I'm not surprised though, because like first major comes around, it's like, whoa, now they're playing together. You know, all the LIV Tour and the PGA guys are playing together, and then it dips, and then the PGA happens and Brooks won, and I mean, I thought that there was lots of conversation around him winning a few weeks ago, but I just think it's part of the usual cycle. Like, you know, I don't know. I feel like we've learned in life over the last few years, people get really angry for short bouts, and then they just they stop. You know, like you just move on. You know, I only have so much energy to be angry all the time about things, about what I perceive to be injustices. Well, maybe that makes me inconsistent.
PJ apparently ran out of energy to be angry at LIV.
Oh yeah, and they like the money.
Oh yeah. Oh, they like the money.
All right, boys. It's been fun doing the crossover with you these past 4 days.
Glad you could fill in for your for Connor, and now enjoy your time away.
I got to go pick up my kid. We're going to see Spider-Verse today.
Oh, awesome.
I've heard it's good. I need to see that yet.
Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Awesome.
Enjoy the show, guys.
Thank you, John.
Hi,
John Schreiner joining us. Busy Grum. A lot of
great gets, Nick.
A lot of great guests today, and a lot of conversation still to come on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Here's what you need to know. You can make fun of us all you want, but we have a certain mindset that of the 1.9 million people that live in this state and that support their respective schools, we love our sports here and we support our sports and we go to events. And it doesn't matter, again, if you're winning or losing, it seems, we will go and support it. That's what we do here. We like sports.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Your Tuesday afternoon forecast would include partly sunny to mostly sunny conditions with highs approaching the upper 80s and lower 90s. In Omaha, I'm tracking an afternoon high of 90 degrees. For tonight, a few clouds with temperatures cooling into the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms possible by Wednesday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
You can buy farm fresh food from more than 70 local farmers under one roof at Ellsworth Crossing in Waterloo. All Ellsworth Crossing products are ethically raised, clean, and keto-friendly. Free-range chickens and eggs, pork, beef, bison, fresh produce, milk and dairy, including ice cream and cheese. On Saturday at Ellsworth Crossing, there's a Meet Your Farmer event with our Guernsey farmer that produces fresh ice cream from Waterloo. Visit them at Ellsworth Crossing, 26902 West Center Road in Waterloo, and ellsworthcrossing.com.
Your family's comfort and safety are a top priority. If your current air conditioner isn't getting the job done, Thermal is here to help. We understand you need affordable equipment you can count on. This spring, get a high-efficiency Lennox air conditioner installed with no interest and no payments for 6 months. You'll save now with rebates and federal tax credits, and later on your energy bills. Call today and you'll be cool before the heat of summer sets in. At Thermal, we make you and your home comfortable. Visit thermalservices.com.
Hey, Jay, can you finish that induction range installation tomorrow?
Orders have really amped up at Nate's Electric.
We need to finish installing it first in Maine. Did we hear back from the grocery chain?
It's no shock he needs electricians, like yesterday.
Smart fridge. Everybody wants one of those these days.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Wow, so much news today.
So much news today.
News.
Obscenely rich people getting even more obscenely rich.
Capitalism.
Man, I need some of this money.
Is it really capitalism when it's coming from Saudi Arabia?
Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to a Tuesday here on the Grum.
Hello. Oh,
we have our field set for the Sweet 16 of college baseball, otherwise known as the Super Regionals. What are you so excited about?
You do the rest of the setup. Thank you, Pierce.
I don't even know who you're talking about there, but anyway, go
You
ahead.
need to No, keep going. Keep setting it up.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, well, sure. If we want to, well,
Okay,
you know what
fine.
I didn't do
Yesterday, I owe a quarter.
I didn't.
No, this is from Friday.
I didn't do the. I didn't upload the Grum down.
Oh. Also, shout out to the guy when I was running today who ran by me and he goes, "Love the Grum." I hope that guy is listening. If I saw you out in West Omaha today, props to you, good sir.
We love you too, Josh's stalker.
Yeah, stalker, Nick. He looked like he was a good runner too, man. Nice form, good gait.
Oh, so he doesn't go left, then right. It's always left, right.
I told that to somebody that I recorded an interview with this weekend for my soon-to-come-out running podcast.
And I hope they said, yes, that's exactly how you run.
Yeah, I
left,
was like,
right, left, right.
I was like, yeah, this coworker of mine is an idiot. And he's like, oh, so is it a how-to guide to run? And he was just like, what? And I was like, yeah, he's really bad at jokes and he doesn't understand anything and blah, blah, blah. So many people are making fun of you.
Ooh, runners are making fun of me.
John, we'll run. We'll run and stab you, and then we'll run away.
I think John just might drive away.
Not
Yep.
if he's
Slide.
asleep.
Nope. I will gas mow away.
Not if he's asleep.
Not if he's
asleep. Stabby, run away.
Oh,
Boom.
imagine that. The murder cult.
I'm just saying I could.
Or the
I
murder
would.
is the murder cult all
Oh,
runners.
I don't know exactly
and
where
then,
you
and,
live.
and then Josh will move to Saudi Arabia, where all the other blood money
I
moves
don't
to.
want to do that. I'll stay in Nebraska for the time being. Thank you very much.
Well, now the Grum Down is loaded. Brought to you by the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. Yep, the big golf shocker. Take the blood money and run.
Nice. Like the song.
The Super Regionals are set.
Mm.
I knew if I picked Texas A&M in the bet of the day that Stanford would win.
What the hell are regionals?
What the
Thank you,
hell
Stanford.
are regionals?
Thank you, Stanford.
Stanford.
It also helps that Texas A&M has a tendency to play very, 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 very long baseball games.
What?
Nothing wrong with a long game.
Mm.
I thought I turned the on button, but I just
Man,
turned the off button.
Man, wow.
Mm.
I like when Nick is talking and he just turns off his microphone and then he's
And
like,
turns it
oh,
back
how did
on.
I do that?
Yeah, no, it's weird. I don't know why.
Yeah, me neither.
Ryan Kalkbrenner will join us.
Oh,
He's
good
back
get,
for
Nick.
one more season.
Thank you.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. There has been a change in the coaching staff with the Nebraska baseball team.
Ooh, who should they hire?
Me. It's me.
Wow.
I'm the
Mike
problem.
Farron will be along, and he has a special announcement.
Is he writing Scott Frost comic book part 2?
Oh, be nice if he was.
It would indeed.
We could use a sequel. Scott Docterman of The Athletic.
Oh, cool.
Still waiting on the Big Ten.
Good get, Nick.
Thanks. Gotta get
Still
the
waiting on the
Iowa
Big Ten.
perspective of things.
Maybe that's what the Big Ten is waiting for. Maybe they're waiting for the public fund over there in Saudi Arabia to fund them too.
Oh, dude, I can't wait to watch them on some random internet channel.
You want to watch the LIV 10 conference?
The LIV 10. Ooh.
Nice, Nick.
Yeah, they'll change the name, but they won't bother to change the number, which has not been accurate for 30 years.
There are currently 20 teams in the LIV 10.
Mm-hmm.
Big spending in the Big East. And can Rule be a success even if year one isn't? Got an email. On
This was an interesting email.
on
This
that
is the person
subject.
that you triggered yesterday.
Yeah.
Typical Mike Riley
by something
defender.
you mentioned, not by something
What did
I
I
mentioned.
say? What did I say?
You mentioned his name.
Oh,
I
Mike
didn't.
Riley?
Yeah.
Oh, because he was a disaster in the USFL this weekend.
Yeah, he had one bad decision.
Yeah, just one.
Remember, last
timeout, Mike.
winning coach at Nebraska.
How does that make you feel?
Well, wrong about Scott Frost. Also,
I was too.
The passage of time is what blows my mind. That was multiple presidential terms ago. Speaking of, email from John into the Equitable Bank inbox. Just so you know, President T predicted the PGA would merge with LIV last July. He sees everything. That's your GOP front runner by like 30 points, Nick.
Ew.
30 points.
Ew.
Nick thinks it's going to be old pudding fingers.
I think it's got to be pudding fingers.
No, it's going to be Trump versus
So
Biden.
pudding
again.
fingers versus drool.
If they're smart, it'll be pudding fingers.
It's not going to be pudding fingers, Nick. Yeah.
But it will be, it will be.
Oh, there'll be drooling, all right. It's going to be old versus old.
Trippy Folly guy.
Yep. Can't wait, man. 2024. It's going to be a great year. Everyone, I hope you enjoy the last 7 months of 2023. No matter if it's the summer, fall, or
fatalist.
You're excited for another presidential election?
No, of course not.
That's all I was saying. I'm sure the world will be
course
fine. We're spinning in a ball and everything.
We're spinning in a
That's how
ball.
the world
and
works.
everything.
We're spinning in a ball.
We're on a ball that's spinning. Am I wrong?
You just accidentally made
Right.
like David Bowie lyrics.
It's just like that. Hey, R.I.P. R.I.P.
Poor bastard.
Mm.
But the LIV Golf stuff, the PGA. First of all, what the hell are they going to call it? This is going to be great.
I mean, they'll call it the PGA Tour, just like the Big Ten will still be called the Big Ten forever.
Will they? I don't know. Who knows? I have no idea.
I'd be stunned.
Of all the things, that is like least of my concerns.
What is your concern? Do you care about this story? I can never tell with you with LIV because 99% of the time you do the whole LIV Tour is awesome. But then,
well, it is the superior golf.
See,
and
but
now
then
it truly
sometimes
is, 'cause
you are
they
serious.
literally swallowed up all the good golfers.
I don't know what your opinion actually is on any of this anymore. You do a very good job of just like sometimes being serious and then other times being like, this is so fun. I don't know
Well,
what you
first of all, again, what happens to professional golf does not bother me in the least.
Mm-hmm.
The consistency, though,
or
is
the majority of our listeners.
That is true. That is true. But like I said during the crossover, this is not the AFL merging with the NFL.
No, of course
not
not.
even close.
It's not the ABA merging with the ABA.
It's not
It's
even
not
close.
Major League. It's not the NL and the AL.
I mean, this is a sport. The PGA, what the PGA Tour did today, what Jay Monahan, the commissioner of the PGA Tour, did today, was basically opened their doors to their laundromat and said, "Hey, LIV, I understand you have a bunch of dirty money. Come use our washers, and we'll even provide the soap."
I saw a
That's what they did today.
And I don't want to just like sit on here and read tweets because that's horrible radio. But I did see a really funny tweet from Matt Fuller where it said, Saudi Arabia, hey, PGA golfers, we have a bunch of money to offer you for our new league, PGA Tour. You're ruining the game and sports washing your reputation of human rights abuses. Saudi Arabia, okay, but what if we offered you a lot of money? And then PGA, today we'd like to announce a merger. And it's just like the money is now going to them and not the players.
I mean, golf historically has been a problematic sport when it comes to certain things.
We just got a text, John, along those lines from Chris in Montana. It seems like the sport of golf has really been trying the last couple of decades to show that there's more to the sport than the men's cry room, which I've never heard a locker room refer to it as that, involving minorities, women, people of all economic backgrounds, etc. This is kind of the opposite of that.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah, not kind of. It is the opposite of
Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
But this is an entire, and I shouldn't say an entire sport because as we know, well, maybe you're not familiar, but the Masters is its own thing. That's the Augusta National. Actually, the PGA Championship technically isn't a tour event. It's actually part of the PGA of America, which is separate from the PGA Tour. But that's a whole nother story, and we don't even need to get into that. The U.S. Open is run by the United States Golf Association. Now, it requires ways to qualify for said events come through the PGA Tour. But the majors, the Open Championship run by the RNA, the Royal and Ancient, they're all separate from the European Tour, from the LIV Tour, from the PGA Tour. So it's weird how it all works, but it's how it works.
It'd be like if, like, I mean, the college football playoff is technically separate from the NCAA. So I was going to say, be like if college football.
It actually is.
Wait,
I mean,
actually, never mind. It
actually
is
pretty close. I mean,
Yeah,
you consider
yeah.
that the bowl games were never part of the NCAA.
Yeah, never. So I guess college football live. There you go. Or college football PGA Tour. Kind of
College
the same.
football and the world of golf kind of
Shaking
are
hand meme.
kind of are the same.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is the regular day-to-day sport of all of the PGA events, the live events that you can't watch on the CW because it's preempted for an infomercial. All of that stuff. It's the sport at large. And while, yes, the Masters isn't technically involved, the U.S. Open isn't technically involved, and all of the organizations that run those, it affects everybody. It affects everybody. Because as Jay Monahan himself said, now we bring golf under one big umbrella. Technically, that's not true because of what I just explained. But
it's going to bring all the good golfers that left back into the fold, including the current PGA Championship winner and Brooks Koepka and what. I mean, dude, like basically all of the big stars almost had been playing in LIV.
Plus, and many of you probably aren't familiar, the PGA Tour was a nonprofit.
Oh, man, that's crazy that they were able to do all that stuff and not make any money.
It's now no longer a nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
This will be a for-profit entity, which maybe from that technicality doesn't bother a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't care about that part.
But
like, why should someone care about that? And I'm not asking that to troll. I'm just saying, like, why? Why does that? Okay.
But I just bring that up as one of the many things about this. But you had so much going on in the rhetoric, and obviously one of the main arguments from the PGA against LIV was, we don't want any of that dirty money. We now, sure, were there golf issues at play? Of course there were. It's why Phil Mickelson left. It's why others left, because they didn't like the way the money was distributed in the PGA. They didn't like how things were organized in the PGA. They wanted to change the game. But it was all an effort by the people behind that money, the Public Investment Fund, the Saudi government. They just wanted to pour money into something. The infamous sports washing, as it is called.
Mm-hmm.
And now this same money is going to be running professional golf for most of the civilized world, United States and Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said earlier, I mean, yes, the NBA's got their problematic relationship with China, and I'm sure you can dig into a lot of other things.
John, I was going to say literally everything out there.
But this always seemed different because everybody seemed united in the fact that, no, this is wrong. Taking their money is wrong. And now the PGA is literally taking their money.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like some of the athletes, some of the golfers themselves decided, like, I don't want to do this. And so they made their decision. Others made their decision to do it.
Sure.
And now the ones that decided not to do it have had it forced upon them.
There's a lot here. There really is. And, if you just want to look at it from a golf perspective, how's everything going to be organized? Are the two tours going to still exist simultaneously? Is it all going to be merged into one tour?
Well, yeah, and I mean, a lot of the reporting today said, like, nobody knew about it, and, like, they're still trying to figure out that type of stuff.
Do you think it could be possible that they set it up similar to how the FIA controls all their motorsports, where they're all individual entities, but they are under one governing body?
I don't know. That's a great question.
That's how I could see it.
My guess is probably not, because with the FIA, for those of you not from, the FIA is the governing body of Formula One, but it also oversees other forms of motorsport.
Touring cars.
Exactly.
All that.
The difference here in golf is you want Brooks Koepka competing with Rory McIlroy.
Mm-hmm.
They would all be the equivalent of Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen. You want those guys competing against each other. So I don't know if the leagues will continue to coexist. I think it'll all be brought together as one, but that's going to be the other point, because you had people literally give up their tour cards, their PGA tour cards, and say, I quit. I'm going over here to these guys. And there's going to be people on the PGA
like a
Tour.
year ago.
On the PGA Tour are going to be like, hold on. What's going to be their buyback? You know, they left us. What's going to be their penance for having to come back?
Yeah, what's their punishment?
And what's going to be our reward for staying? I told you the story of Will Zalatoris. This is a guy that turned down 9 figures to go join the LIV Tour because he stood on the principle of wanting to stay with the PGA Tour.
Yeah, Tiger Woods reportedly turned down like $1 billion.
What's going to be their remuneration in all of this? Because, the oddity about this is it seems like Jay Monahan had to have his hands tied behind his back. There was something about these lawsuits. Both the tours have been suing each other.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is that the PGA was not in as nearly as strong, even though they have all the TV ratings and they have all the cachet and they have all the popularity and no one's watching the LIV Tour. The one thing the LIV Tour had was unlimited bankroll. If they wanted to tie things up in court for decades, they could.
Yeah, because they could afford it.
PGA obviously could not. So what was it? As much as they want to talk about, hey, we're bringing everything under one umbrella, this had to be about survival. Like
getting the stars back?
Monahan was concerned that LIV was going to just bleed us dry.
Mm-hmm.
And we were going to cease to function. For this to happen as it did, and to happen in such secrecy. I mean, when the NFL and the AFL merged, there were stories for weeks and months.
Yeah, there's a video going around.
But when, and I don't mean to compare it to that from, again, because they are very different in terms of the politics behind it. But the fact that this was done so quietly in such a relatively short period of time, when it seemed like the PGA had such the stronger organization and certainly the public cachet, and for it to go completely in the opposite direction as quickly and as quietly as it did, is that to me is almost as surprising as the merger itself.
Yeah, there was a tweet Hockey Dad shared with me. He says, when Rory walked off 18 and talked to Jack after he finished on Sunday, Jack and Rory had a solemn look, and Jack said to Rory he would call him so they could have lunch this week. They knew and were gut punched. And I mean, I haven't watched the video with the sound on, but it definitely looks like Jack looks, he says like, I'm sorry, I think is reading his lips at the beginning of it. And so it certainly looks, and there was a message I got from a listener, Adam, a few minutes ago, said, I think Rory knew, I think Phil knew. But for the most part, it seemed like this was kept under wraps because it happened today. And, I mean, your reaction, I think, was the same as a lot of people's. Are we sure this is real? And sure enough, it was.
But there's a lot still to unpack, and I'm sure there'll be more stories to come as we try to figure out all of this mess. But as we mentioned, a lot of good stuff coming up on the Grum today. Ryan Kalkbrenner will join us here shortly. Farron will be a little bit later than usual, but not too much later. Doctorman Brunts on moves at Nebraska baseball and more. 402-951-1620 on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Buy your mom's house.
You can text us there as well.
You can also text us into the 42 Degrees The Source zone hotline.
Awesome.
402-951-1620. You can hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. You can email us into the zone inbox, brought to you by Equitable Bank. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. We do all of that. Coming up, you want to talk about 180-degree swings? I have 2 audio clips of Jay Monahan, the PGA commissioner. That's going to sound
Is it like,
really different.
What's his name? I wouldn't put my feet on Eddie's couch. So I'm going to put my feet on Eddie's couch.
Probably.
All right.
Coming up here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. For a half century, the 112th and Dodge location in Omaha has been a legacy Chevrolet location where folks have bought in their new Chevy cars, trucks, SUVs, and gotten great service. Now, All of that still there, but under a new name. Introducing Woodhouse Chevy Omaha, a legacy location to help you find new roads into your next new Chevy. Just saw a hauler come in today with the all-new Trax, which is the brand new SUV introduced by Chevy. You can find out more about the Trax and their complete lineup of SUVs, including the Trailblazer, the Blazer, the Equinox, the Traverse, the Tahoe, and so much more right there at 112th and Dodge. And you can also visit their website, woodhouse.com, to find out more about their entire selection, which also includes the selection available at their still existing Missouri Valley location right off I-29, exit 75. That's right, Woodhouse Chevy, now 2 locations in the metro to serve you. Woodhouse Chevy Omaha, 112th and Dodge. Woodhouse Chevy Missouri Valley, exit 75, I-29, or all together at woodhouse.com. Experience the Woodhouse Chevy difference today.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Attention homeowners. Are you ready to unleash the power of savings? J-Tech Construction and Solar, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, has an exclusive offer. Purchase any 2 trades from our winning lineup of services: windows, doors, siding, roofs, gutters, and solar, and receive a 10% discount on your entire purchase. Click yourexteriorexperts.com to schedule your free consultation today. Double up on savings and save with J-Tech Construction and Solar, the official exterior experts of the Huskers. Click yourexteriorexperts.com.
Nick Hanley here for Templeton Rye Whiskey. For the strong-spirited, excitement is in the air as the College Baseball Championship returns to Omaha, and fans come from all around. Celebrate this year with Templeton Rye Whiskey for the strong-spirited. With a 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve, the whiskey is a home run all around. To learn more about Templeton Rye, check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the On-Site Distillery, just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa Rye Whiskey.
As a business owner, you work hard to keep the lights on. At Emprise Bank, we do too. We understand the challenges that growing companies face because Emprise is built for business. Whether you need to borrow capital, finance real estate, or get advice to reach your goals, our commercial bankers are here with flexible financing solutions to make banking easy and to help you switch from your current bank seamlessly. This is the power of possible. Visit emprisebank.com to learn more.
It's your last chance to shop Memorial Day savings at Lowe's. Now's the time to make your home beautiful with savings on all your spring essentials. Keep cool in style with the Harbor Breeze Summersville ceiling fan. Was $189.98, now just $169.98. And clean up your yard with Craftsman. Buy a V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for just $99 and get a select Bear tool free. Lowe's knows lawn care. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Want to do something nice for a veteran? Then stop by any 42 Degree location and receive an extra discount with your donation of can or box food and hygiene products for the Veterans Food Pantry of Omaha. Donate 2 cans and receive an extra 5%. 4 get you 10%. 6 or more, 15%. With multiple locations, the most knowledgeable and friendliest staff, and a drop-off point for all your food and hygiene products for the Veterans Food Pantry. 42 Degrees, the source by your mom's house.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español. Gracias, Babbel. Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
My hope is that he forces me to not do this radio show anymore.
On 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app.
Adam says, my guess is LIV players will have to pay back a portion of what they got up front to join LIV when they apply to get their membership back in the new combined PGA LIV Tour.
I don't know if they will. Why would I mean I don't know. I see that's one of the many things that you can ask about, but you know, I would guess it's going to be sloppy, you know it is. But you do wonder how many hard feelings exist out there. And now everyone's got to work under one roof. And some may have to, I mean, obviously the Phil Mickelsons and the Brysons and the Brooks and the guys who took the money from LIV, they don't have a problem with it.
They don't care.
They're cool with it.
Hey, they get to play in bigger events again, I presume at least.
But those guys who really tried to stand on a moral ground really have to be conflicted today. First of all, they feel betrayed.
Yeah.
Because it's not like if the PGA was trying to tell them, hey, guys, tamp down the rhetoric, will you? I don't think they were doing that. Otherwise, Rory wouldn't have been, maybe he wouldn't have been as outspoken as he was the last few months. So it was obvious that if they weren't encouraged, they certainly weren't discouraged from standing up for the PGA Tour.
Yeah, there was no email sent. There wasn't an email, right, hey, do this, and there wasn't one to say, hey, please don't do this.
Yeah.
No email was sent. They decided what they wanted to do.
Well, and all you have to do is look at the very top. So I saw this video today. Now, this was last year, so it was during part of the FedEx playoffs.
And that's in September.
And this was from CBS. Jim Nantz is interviewing PGA Tour Commissioner Jay Monahan on the set as they're overlooking the 18th green. And man, you want to talk about somebody who went for him hard in the paint against LIV? Wonder what Jim Nantz is thinking today. Some of the snide comments he made.
He did throw shade.
He threw a lot of shade. Mm-hmm. And now that shade is going to be paying his salary, or at least part of it. But listen to what Monahan had to say, because they're reciting, it was a story in the New York Post last year about 9/11 families. Listen,
and then, by the way, they just put out a statement too.
And we'll have that. But here, this was from last fall.
I want to ask about this. There was a story that was first reported in the New York Post yesterday by Brian Wacker about a 9/11 coalition of families and survivors of the 2001 terrorist attacks. 9/11 Families United sent a letter to the representatives of Phil, Dustin, Bryson, Reed, and others, quote, expressing their outrage towards the golfers for participating in the new league and accusing them of sports washing and betraying the United States, end quote. And that's gotten a lot of steam over the last 24 hours. That story first reported again in the New York Post. How much did you talk to your players about the possible ramifications if they sign on with the new league?
Well, I talked to players. I've talked at a player meeting, and I've talked to a number of players individually for a long period of time. And I think you'd have to be living under a rock to not know that there are significant implications. And as it relates to the families of 9/11, I have two families that are close to me that lost loved ones. And so my heart goes out to them. And I would ask, any player that has left or any player that would ever consider leaving, have you ever had to apologize for being a member of the PGA Tour?
I don't think I'd seen that.
Have you ever had to apologize for being a member of the PGA Tour? He even recited his own personal story. And before you think, oh man, I wonder if Monahan was comfortable answering that question, He knew that was going to be asked.
You talking about from Nance?
I guarantee you that the PGA said, hey, we want
Let's focus
time
on
for Jay
this.
Monahan to come up there to the 18th green and talk to Jim Nance, and we want to talk about this.
Correct.
These things do not happen. Remember, that is a PGA Tour event. That'd be like Roger Goodell coming on during the Super Bowl and saying, hey, I want to talk about this and about the NFL. The network's going to say, yes, Mr. Commissioner, we'll ask you exactly what you want to be asked.
Bingo.
Because it's their event. Same thing happened here. But what about that line? Have you ever had to apologize for being a member of the PGA Tour? That was less than a year ago. Those were just maybe 9 months
Did
ago.
CNBC ask him about 9/11 today?
Well, here's what Monahan had to say on CNBC today. And listen to this.
Positively, I mean, you're describing a scenario under which PIF at some point could have the majority of the economics, correct me if I'm wrong, of this entity. Essentially, the Saudis sort of, people will say, oh, they control golf around the world. I'm just curious as to what you think the response is going to be.
Well, listen, a lot of people have been reading about the tension, and that we've talked a lot. And I said previously that we were going down our path, they were going down theirs. And today, that tension goes away. The litigation is dropped. We're announcing to the world that on behalf of this game, we're coming together. And it's less about how people respond today, and it's all about how people respond in 10 years. And when they see the impact that we're having on this game together, there will be a lot of smiles on people's faces, and there'll be a lot more people playing this game all over the world. And if you're a young player that wants to get to the highest level of the game today, you'll be more inspired than you've ever been before.
Man. That what at the end? Because I know it's the start of the next question, but that's the perfect way for that video to end.
So somber in the first one.
Did you notice? Though, how he said, it's not about how people think today. It's about how they're going to think in 10 years. In other words, hey, don't worry. By 10 years from now, we're all going to forget about where all this money is coming from and who's behind all of this, because they're all going to be happy because they're all going to be getting paid.
And that's so for everything these days, right? You just get past the initial wave of...
You get past the initial, anger and I've been backstabbed. And again, this is unlike anything else that has happened. And it's funny, Monahan talks about the impact on the game of golf and talking about it from a golf perspective. Hey, we're going to unify the game of golf. That's not the real story here.
No, of course not.
The real story here is, where is this money coming from and why is it being pumped into your sport? And why are you taking it?
A couple tweets. Champion Appreciation Club says, I haven't heard it talked about, but do you think the PGA approved this merger so they could get LIV's exclusive CW rights? Maybe that's what they're going after.
Guess.
Mustache Adam says, the LIV boys will pay a fine to return to the tour, but they won't need to pay back their contracts. The money came from the same place, the PIF. Their contracts may be ended because LIV will end more than likely. So yeah, they'll pay, but they won't lose all the money that they got.
You said there was a statement?
Yes. So this is from the 9/11 Families United.
The same group that Nance was referencing to in that.
In the
story
first one,
the first
yeah.
clip.
PGA Commissioner Jay Monahan co-opted the 9/11 community last year in the PGA's unequivocal agreement that the Saudi LIV project was nothing more than sports washing of Saudi Arabia's reputation. But now the PGA and Monahan appear to have become just more paid. This is a really small screenshot. More paid Saudi shills taking billions of dollars to cleanse the Saudi reputation so that Americans and the world will forget how the kingdom spent their billions of dollars before 9/11 to fund terrorism, spread their vitriolic hatred of Americans, and finance Al-Qaeda and murder our loved ones. Make no mistake, we will never forget. They added last year, Mr. Monahan talked last summer about knowing people who lost loved ones on 9/11, then wondered aloud on national television whether LIV golfers ever had to apologize for being a member of the PGA Tour. They do now, as does he. PGA Tour leaders should be ashamed of their hypocrisy and greed. Our entire 9/11 community has been betrayed by Commissioner Monahan and the PGA, as it appears their concern for our loved ones was merely window dressing in their quest for money. It was never to honor the great game of golf.
Do not lose sight of that fact. That is the real story here. The real story here isn't, is the PGA going to have team golf now? PGA players going to get more guaranteed money now?
They have nicknames.
They
have team names.
Oh boy, Tiger Woods has a team now.
Yeah, cool. It's all it was all about money and where it's from.
And
That's
where
all
it's from.
It's always
that is the story, and that will continue to be the story.
Totally unrelated to this. Totally unrelated. But I guess there
is it a sports flash?
Sure, why not?
If you have to speak up.
I mean,
time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash.
Mainly, I don't want Kalkbrenner to be waiting on hold for us.
I see.
Let him know, Nick. We'll talk to him in a 5. We're going to push you back 5 minutes for this.
Okay.
Greg McMurphy says Big 12 basketball coaches in favor of adding UConn to the Big 12. Sources told Action Network UConn is in the mix, as an all-sports edition of the Big 12, sources said.
But that's from Big 12 basketball coaches.
Correct. And we just learned with Tom Rizzo that coaches don't really matter anymore.
No, they really don't. If whatever the coaches say, the others might go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
The others meaning the people with the power.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking about the Saudis in this case.
So there you go. Coaches want them.
Well, more on that coming up.
About conference realignment?
Yeah. And UConn and the Big 12.
With our next guest?
No.
Okay. Hey, Ryan, do you think there'll be realignment?
Ryan already knows he's not going to be seeing Mr. Sonogo next year.
Big Mr. Sonogo?
Because Big Mr. Sonogo stayed in the NBA draft.
That's true.
Big Mr. Kalkbrenner is back with the Blue Jays for his senior year.
Folks!
And we'll find out what went into that decision. And that wasn't the most important decision he made the last 6 weeks. That and more as we continue. Ryan Kalkbrenner joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, three-quarter-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
Celebrate the college baseball championship with Templeton Rye. Whiskey for the strong-spirited with an all-star lineup of 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve. Templeton Rye is crafted with a strong community spirit, the perfect way to celebrate your favorite team. Templeton Rye, whiskey for the strong-spirited, available near you.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you can sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. Last week, we had a chance to sit down with Trey Alexander, and now the other Blue Jay who actually made his announcement a few days earlier than Trey that he was coming back to Creighton. Ryan Kalkbrenner joins us here on the program. Big Ryan, how's things going?
Going great. Excited to be back. Excited to have this year to have one more run, and I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Nothing exciting has happened in your life in the last, 6 weeks, has it?
Oh, no, I've had quite a few exciting things. I think the biggest one, the engagement, that's probably the best one. And then everything else came with that was great.
Ryan, what was that like? I mean, you're about to propose. You have that in an exciting moment. John and I obviously have had that day as well, but you're also trying to decide on your future, if you should stay in college or go pro. I mean, were you able to balance all of that out? Did you handle the stress of that all, do you think, well?
Yeah, I think it actually worked out all great because I kind of knew I was going to do that proposing for a while, so it wasn't any stress there, and I knew she was going to say yes, so that helped a lot. But then, as far as making the decision to stay in the draft or not, it kind of helped having Rachel around a lot. She helped me a lot with thinking, talking through stuff, thinking it out, so she helped a lot. So it was great having her around, and I think it ended up balancing out pretty well.
I know there is no way, Ryan, that you can project how it would have played out, but have you thought about, okay, if I didn't have Rachel in my life right now, and then you would have gone through this process, do you think it would have played out differently?
I'm not sure how it would have played out because, I was kind of thinking about that the other week, and, I was like, man, if I had to go through that whole process by myself, with going into a situation I've never been to before with people I don't know, just kind of having her there being a calming force, I think helped me a lot. I think I did a lot better with her there. So, I don't know how it could have played out differently, but I'm really happy with how it's played out with having her in it.
Ryan, when did you know? When did you decide I want to return to Creighton? I have no doubts about this. When did you come to that realization?
Not until so this deadline the 31st, and I think I announced it the 29th maybe, so probably the 29th. Through that whole process, it was man, I'm gonna go work my hardest, put my best foot forward, and see what happens. We kind of had an idea of what we'd have to have on the table to stay in the draft, and we didn't get that, so it was okay, I did my best. I think I impressed a lot of people, but it's time to go back.
I asked the same question, Ryan Kalkbrenner joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. I asked the same question of Trey, and I'm curious what your thoughts are. When you entered this process, did you enter it with the intention that you were looking for every reason to stay in, or was it more exploratory in nature in that it's such a different process that I'm just I just want to hear answers.
I think you kind of have to go into that process with the mindset of I'm gonna stay in the draft, just because you go into a workout with the team and you're just kind of there just to get feedback or whatnot. You're not really putting your best foot forward. If you're going into that workout going, I'm here to make this team want to draft me, then you're gonna be sharp as possible. So I kind of went into that whole process going, I'm gonna put my best foot forward and make a team want to draft me. Not that obviously I had a great situation to come back to Creighton, so it wasn't like I was worried about if I couldn't go, but you kind of have to go into that process going, I'm gonna stay.
What did you learn about yourself going through that process?
I think, I don't know how much I've talked about this to me, but throughout Creighton, my biggest challenge mostly has been confidence and the mental side of the game. But I think over the last month and a half, I've grown a lot with the confidence and the mental part of it. Because I went into those workouts and I feel like I did really, really good. And I'm looking around I'm playing against a bunch of other guys who have aspirations to go to the NBA. And I'm standing out among that group. So I'm like, okay, I can really do this. And it really boosted my confidence and made me be way more confident in myself.
Is it strange because, you played in the Big East, you played against great big men, you played against guys like Sanogo who are staying in the draft. So you'd had that experience before, but obviously there was something even more different about this versus, the last 3 years playing ball at the high college level.
Different in the workouts and whatnot, or
well, just where that confidence comes from, because I'm guessing there's a lot of people listening going, well, didn't you also gain that confidence playing in the Big East? But this was just something even beyond it.
Yeah, obviously the Big East has tons of great players, but then when you go to this process, you're taking the best players of the Big East and the best players of the SEC and the best players of the rest of the top conferences and putting them all together, and then it's you really know you compete with the best of the best, and you go into that situation and you still do as good as you do any other time. It's the confidence boost.
Where do you want to improve now the most, now that you've decided to come back to Creighton ahead of next season?
Two things I heard a lot just in feedback was just upper body strength they want to see. So just continuing to be in the weight room and all that, which is no issue. I love being in the weight room, and then continuing to show I can shoot the ball, which I think last year my big thing was just being comfortable shooting it in live, and then working with my agency for pre-draft stuff. That was a big thing we worked on. I got so much more comfortable shooting it in live over this last month and a half, and then even in the workouts with NBA teams, I was shooting it comfortably when we were doing 3-on-3 live, stuff like that. So just that stuff I feel way more confident in. I just got to do it in a game now that I feel like I have that.
Ryan Kalkbrenner joining us says he is back next year for, gosh, has it already been 4 years? It doesn't seem like it.
My senior year, yeah. It's crazy. I'm the old guy now.
You are the old guy. Hey, you talked a little bit about it earlier, just, the confidence you were able to get from it. But was there any of the other feedback you got that surprised you?
I think one of the things a lot of NBA teams had questions about was how well I move on the perimeter and not just being a big stiff big. And I think some of the feedback we got was that I surprised some teams with I moved a little better guarding or just even on offense on the perimeter. So that was one of the good things that I may not have been surprised about, because I believed in myself in that aspect, but that I showed NBA teams and whatnot that I could do. So I was really happy about that.
Ryan, the idea of unfinished business and the team being so close to the Final Four, thus so close to a national championship run, how much did that play a part in you returning, especially by the time that you did it, you knew for the most part what the roster was going to look like?
Yeah, well, I don't know if I viewed it as unfinished business because, obviously we didn't go all the way, so there's more you want to do. But I think I've gone into every year at Creighton like that. I want to accomplish more. I want to get further, whatnot. So it's just knowing you have that group that can win a lot of games with and potentially make a run in March Madness is just always exciting, no matter what you did the year before, because at the end of the day, this upcoming season, what you did last season doesn't matter. So you got to go into this season having the same attention to detail and effort and all that, and make another run. Because every year I've been here, my freshman year, we made the Sweet 16 for the first time. Sophomore year, we didn't make the Sweet 16, but over exceeded expectations by a lot. And then last year, we made the Elite Eight for the first time, and keep hoping to build on that trend.
Creighton's Ryan Kalkbrenner joining us. So when you talk about added confidence and things that, have boosted that confidence, does that also turn into more vocal leadership when you combine that with this being a senior year?
Yeah, the confidence helps, and then it sounds cliche, but you just get older, you get more comfortable just being loud in the gym. When you're a freshman, you don't know anyone, you're kind of afraid to yell or be loud, be embarrassed by it or whatnot. By the time you're a senior, you know everyone. The guys you don't know, you're like, they'll get to know me, so it doesn't matter if I'm yelling and being loud in practice or whatnot. So, if you looked at me as a freshman to where I am now, you wouldn't be looking at the same person. But it's just, I feel so much more comfortable communicating, practice, and talking to my teammates and being loud and all that. It's honestly I'm a lot better for it.
Ryan, did you know what Trey was going to do when you made your announcement last week?
I did not. We had to work out in San Antonio together a few days before. So I kind of talked to him about it a little, and we were kind of in the same boat with things where we hadn't really made up our mind yet. And then before I put something out on social media, I texted him to let him know. And then he didn't text me, so I got to give him trouble for that later. But I didn't know what he was going to do. I just wanted him to make the best decision for himself. And if that was going to the NBA for him, I would have been really happy for him. But I'm really happy he's back and get to play with him.
Ryan, along those lines, I was trying to think about being in a similar situation. If, John and I maybe were making big career moves and how we would handle it if we would talk to each other and not talk to each other. I would definitely
have stayed in the NBA versus staying with you.
John would say, "See you later, Josh. Bye-bye." Is that easy for you, I guess, to give him or give any of your other teammates who went through similar decisions over the last couple of months the space to make it, because that's probably what you would have wanted as you were going through the exact same process?
Yeah, it's definitely after I decided to go back, you're like, man, I want Trey to come back too. But you also want him to make the best decisions for himself. So it's more like, you talk to him, you're like, obviously I'd love to have you, but go make the best decision for you, man. I'm going to be happy for you regardless, and you're going to be great regardless. And that's even for talk about going to the NBA, but even for all the guys that transferred out, I wish I could have played with you again, but I want you to go be great, do the best thing for you. You're going to be great no matter what. So just any big career decisions like that, you're going to be happy for him either way.
Ryan, I'm curious because right now we're watching the NBA Finals, and one of the great big men of our era is performing, and one of the skills that Jokic has is his passing. And in fact, some people think he passes better than he shoots. Yeah. When you watch a guy like that, and then you think about your skill set, is it hard not to watch that and go, man, I want to be just like that? Or do you have to control yourself and know, hey, there's certain things in my skill set I can do. I need to stay within myself.
I think when you look at any great player, you want to take things from their game. So I don't know if I want to be exactly like Jokic. I want to be exactly like Ryan Kalkbrenner, but he definitely does some things that are great, and I want to add them to my game. So, I guess for some people, you got to temper your expectations a little bit, but I believe, if I work on anything, I can add any part to my game. But, his passing is unbelievable. It's so effortlessly, he looks like he's just throwing the ball somewhere and there's a guy right there.
Who do you like to win the finals? When we talked to Trey, it was Friday, right, John? So it was right after the game one domination. And he John couldn't finish the question basically before he was like, Nuggets for sure. Nuggets are you leaning Denver, or you think that the Heat can make this thing really interesting?
I've been really enjoying watching the Heat, man. I think they play a really, really fun style of basketball, and just, really fun style to watch. But Nuggets are really good. So I don't know. I'm not sold either way, but I'm going to go Heat.
Ooh,
he's picking the Heat.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Johnny come late. I mean, they won one, so it's easier to pick them now, isn't it?
Game one, Strus went like 0 for 9 from 3. It was just a bad shooting night. So I think they got it.
Well, you mentioned Strus. You played against him. I mean, when you watch a guy like that, you're like, hey, I can do this too.
I think he was a year before me, maybe. But
I thought maybe you guys overlapped 1 year.
No, but even like knowing his story and knowing like, he wasn't like the highest sought after guy, obviously undrafted and all that, just kind of shows that like, you don't got to be a top 5 overall pick to make it and be an impact player in the league. Just got to work hard and find the right fit and make it work.
Well, Ryan, we talked earlier, you and Rachel Saunders from the Creighton women's basketball team are engaged. Have you, how far is the planning gone, or have you set a date yet?
It's been kind of hard to plan while we've been so busy, but I think we've got some stuff done. We went and looked at a venue last week. So I think the venue we looked at last week is going to be the one. So we're getting there. It's coming along.
You going to be a tux guy or a suit guy?
Probably a suit.
Good call.
It's not a bad idea. Here's the biggest question that all the Jays fans want to know. Can you and Rachel right now commit your firstborn child?
Oh, good Lord, John.
Well, we're just thinking of the possibilities here.
Ryan, I apologize on behalf of the show for the old guy doing the thing the old guy always does. When are you guys going to have a child? Come on, John.
Oh, no. We'll see when that comes around. But, man, that kid's probably going to be an athlete.
I would hope so. I mean,
you got the genes for it.
Definitely does. Well, Ryan, congratulations, not only on the fact that you've made a big announcement in your, I guess, playing life, but more importantly in your personal life. And I know how difficult that can be, and balancing those two things within just a short time span of each other, and still going to college. That's a lot on your plate, but I congratulate you for being able to handle all of that. And hopefully next year it'll just be even better and bigger things to come.
I appreciate it. I think it will be bigger and better things as every year it gets bigger and better. So appreciate you guys.
You bet. Ryan
Thanks, Ryan.
Kalkbrenner from Creighton Basketball joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. We got more coming up. We'll be back right after this on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
I feel the need to stand up for bunting. I feel as if it has been crusaded against. I feel as if there is a war on bunting, Josh. They hate bunting. They hate giving up outs. Nerds. It was started by that line in Moneyball where Billy Bean says, never bunt. You're giving up an out. And I'm here to tell you it's still good for something. So once again, Connor Happer here for bunting.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Your Tuesday afternoon forecast would include partly sunny to mostly sunny conditions with highs approaching the upper 80s and lower 90s. In Omaha, I'm tracking an afternoon high of 90 degrees. For tonight, a few clouds with temperatures cooling into the mid-60s. Showers and thunderstorms possible by Wednesday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road and McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. You don't need to know any more because it says it right there. If you stop at Woodhouse Buick GMC at 119th and I, you're going to see a large array of new and pre-owned inventory. You're looking for a car, an SUV, a stylish SUV that fits the family, or that capable light-duty pickup truck, or go big or go home. You can find it all at 119th and I, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. Now, you never purchased a vehicle online? They make it really, really easy to take care of you, and all of the same inventory in person is online. Check them out in person, 119th and I, Woodhouse Buick GMC, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's good to be able to make a change, to never feel stuck. That's why at Cox, we're making a change too. Now Cox Internet plans are flexible, so you can choose to just go with Internet, add TV tomorrow, or home automation down the line. It's easier than ever to get just what you want and nothing you don't. Flexible plans from Cox. Change anytime. No commitments, no penalties. See for yourself at cox.com/internet. Additional services can be added at then current regular rates. All services subject to residential customer service agreement and acceptable use policy. Restrictions apply.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
You can buy farm fresh food from more than 70 local farmers under one roof at Ellsworth Crossing in Waterloo. All Ellsworth Crossing products are ethically raised, clean, and keto-friendly. Free-range chickens and eggs, pork, beef, bison, fresh produce, milk and dairy, including ice cream and cheese. On Saturday at Ellsworth Crossing, there's a Meet Your Farmer event with our Guernsey farmer that produces fresh ice cream from Waterloo. Visit them at Ellsworth Crossing, 26902 West Center Road in Waterloo, and ellsworthcrossing.com.
You never know who might be hiding a problem with sports betting because it can affect anyone. Dads, moms, teachers, lawyers, blue collar, white collar, PhDs, community heroes. But there's one thing we want you to know. It doesn't matter who you are. What does matter is getting help. Contact 1-800-BETS-OFF. No judgment, just help. Be number one at getting help.
Brought to you by the Iowa Department of Public Health and Heartland Family Service.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Let us talk about the 3 most surprising things about modern LASIK at Kugler Vision. The first, how fast that LASIK procedure is. With Kugler Vision's leading-edge technology, we're talking just a few minutes per eye. Incredibly speedy. And how about this for number 2? How comfortable the procedure is. So often from their patients, they hear, wait, that's it? It's over? They make sure that you're relaxed and comfortable, as well as knowing exactly what is happening. And this, for number 3, how quickly you can get back to normal life. Patients typically drive themselves to Kugler Vision the very next day for their follow-up visit. So you're back in action less than 24 hours later. Kugler Vision right now, they have special pre-summer savings on modern LASIK or any of their other advanced vision correction procedures. If you've ever thought about fixing your bad vision, the Kugler Vision Eye Analysis is your first step. Do so today. Schedule one online at kuglervision.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
My wife does that too. I love that.
Of 1620, The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruncy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruncy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz today had the first funny haha tweet of the day after the PGA LIV announcement came out.
What did he say?
Well, all it was a gif of the NWO walking out onto the stage. Because it felt kind of like that, didn't it, Bruncy? It was that moment where, you know, Bobby Heenan was yelling, "Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW."
Yeah, I don't know who's who in all that. Like, that's the thing. Yeah, what the meeting's in like an hour, right? And
I guess
it's not going to be pretty. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know who's in charge of things.
Well, it's Eric Bischoff. That's who's in charge.
Yeah, Eric Bischoff.
Wow. What a reference.
I don't know. And it's going to be fascinating to see how this plays out. And like, these guys are just going to have, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're just going to come back to the PGA Tour. Like, it's just, it's kind of like, I had to like Google a couple times to make sure that all these tweets about it happening weren't made up, because you just never know anymore. But man, what a wild day.
What a wild day indeed.
And I don't know, does this mean they get to wear shorts now? I mean, that's the other thing, right? Like
That's
was
the good question to ask, because the LIV Tour got to wear shorts. I like wearing shorts when I play golf, Brunts.
Yeah. You don't, I'm sure that some of the PGA Tour players would welcome the shorts.
Yeah.
So.
Especially on a day like today.
Yeah, a day like today, it's very warm. Well, meanwhile, at Nebraska baseball, coaching change. Jeff Christie, pitching coach, former teammate of Will Bolt, they coach together, has been relieved of his duties as pitching coach. Was this, given how the season went, what's the level of surprise?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little surprised. I mean, I think given, the thing that was tough about this year's team, to kind of wrap your arms around was, for the pitching part of it, the numbers were okay. I mean, like it wasn't like they're just getting slammed every weekend because of pitching. I think when you dig into it a little bit more, you saw that, maybe you didn't have the depth of pitching that you would have liked, or would have led you to probably be more in the in-state tournament conversation. And Will Bolt said that immediately right after the loss to Maryland in the Big Ten tournament, that, you got to find a way to have enough pitching depth to have a little bit more comfort in those midweek games. And I think that's the one thing that, he kind of zeroed in on. He mentioned it at other points during the season as well, when they're having the struggles with the midweek. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's one thing that they looked at from this past year was, a very small number of arms were doing the bulk of the pitching, and that's a dangerous way to live. And it bites you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and it gets you late in weekend series. So, when you ask about surprise, I mean, the other piece of it too is, I mean, Jeff Christie and Will Bolt go back a long way, not only at Nebraska, but also during their time at Texas A&M. And so I know that probably wasn't an easy decision that they came to, because I know, just aside from their deep connection baseball wise, I mean, they're good friends too.
I mean, is the natural thing to anticipate Rob Childress, who was already on staff, not as a full-time coach, but, behind the scenes role, is this seemingly the no-brainer move, or does it go beyond that?
I don't know. It makes sense, right? I mean, you've got, the first guy you see when you walk into the office is Rob Childress sitting at a desk. That's a pretty obvious one there, obvious candidate in the house already. But I don't know. I mean, I think you probably do some due diligence and look and see, what kind of interest is out there, what kind of connections you have. I mean, this kind of, it's, Rob Childress is part of that, but I mean, these guys do have a lot of connections in the coaching world, just from their time and where they've been, and, time spent in the SEC and things like that. So I think you probably do have to look around a little bit, but, I think if you do, opt to not go the Childress route, or maybe if Rob doesn't even want the job, I mean, that's the thing you don't know is, does he want to be the pitching coach? He's kind of been mentioned in connection to some other head coaching jobs that were open. And I think, it probably comes down to whether or not he wants to do it. So, you've got an obvious candidate, but I do think, if you don't go that route, you've got to find somebody that's a good recruiter, a really good developer of arms. And, just from a perception point of view, if it's not Rob Childress, I mean, it does need to be somebody that's kind of like, okay, I see the path forward here. So we'll kind of see how that plays out.
Brunts, big picture question for you, because there was this graphic that was making the rounds over the last few days about the top 35 spenders in college baseball. One Big Ten school was on it, Michigan. Nebraska was not on it. And I mean, a little back of the napkin math says that they're probably, 10 to 15 spots lower than the top 35 in terms of overall spending. Like, can this program be the program that you and others covered once upon a time? I mean, I guess you missed the glory days in terms of covering them. Like, can they still be that group, especially in this conference? I've just been thinking about this a lot over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, my first year was 2005.
Oh, so you saw the literal tail end.
Yeah, I caught the good part of it, I guess. It's a good question. I mean, the RPI piece of it, I think, makes it a little bit more challenging with just the way baseball is now. I do think there's the kind of talent in the Midwest, though, where you can build a winning team. A lot of the programs in the Big Ten that have had some measure of success, the Indianas, even the Michigans to a degree, a lot of it's built around guys from the Midwest. And, I think there's the potential there. I think also people maybe kind of don't maybe appreciate how much of a kind of a flash in the pan, lightning in a bottle situation some of those teams were. I mean, I want to say 17 or 18 of the guys that were on that roster in 2005 ended up getting drafted. I mean, like basically half the roster. So, that's pretty rare. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily just a question of spending money that's going to make a difference, because as a Northern team, you're kind of up against it with, just weather and the things that everybody kind of already knows about.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think, though, you can. I mean, if you recruit well locally, you're good at developing prospects and kind of mix things in with the junior college ranks and some of the transfer portal now, I think you can win that way consistently. I mean, I don't think the recipe that Will Bolt's staff has right now, which is kind of actually what I just said, was you get some local kids, you supplement it with JUCO and transfer portal now. I think you can be competitive year in year out. I do wonder how realistic the conversation is about hosting regionals every season or trying to do that. I think it's just a little bit of a tall mountain for Northern teams right now.
Does it feel like this is one of those moments, because it also coincides, there's going to be a third paid assistant, which goes into effect this summer, which was fought for a long time, particularly by the Southern schools. They wanted a third full-time assistant coach that could get full salary and benefits, unlike the volunteer role, which it currently is now. Nebraska is obviously going to hire someone for that. They have someone in this position. I mean, does this feel like maybe not a crossroads moment, but certainly a moment where Nebraska can show how much it wants to pour into this program, considering all of the challenges that a Northern school and a Big Ten school faces?
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity there for sure. I mean, it is kind of an opportunity to kind of look and see where you're at and where you want to be. And, I do think there's going to be, a fair amount of coaching turnover just from, that additional assistant coach. I mean, I don't think a lot of schools are probably just going to, I think some will, but, I don't think all of them are just going to say, okay, we've got this volunteer coach. He's our guy. Let's just, move on. So, yeah, I mean, I think if the right person is there and it's not somebody in-house already, I mean, yeah, this is a chance to maybe show what you can do. I think it's an opportunity for Will Bolt to kind of reset things a little bit too. I mean, he's a first-time, Division I head coach. I know he's done it at the JUCO ranks, but it's an opportunity for him to kind of look at where they are, what they need to do better, and go out and fix those things. So, it actually kind of comes at a decent time that you have a little bit more leeway with that additional coaching spot too.
Bruns, moving to football over the weekend, your colleague, Mike Schaefer, he blew up the internet with his tweet about recruits, says, I've never heard recruits talk about a head coach the way I've heard multiple recruits talk about Matt Rule. I want to take this question and look at this year's team. How does something like Rule's genuine care for players show itself with Nebraska football this year? Like, what do you think this could mean for the players that are already on the roster and the ones that he is not recruiting?
The guys already on the roster. I mean, it helps buy-in, right? And I think, when players feel that coaches genuinely care, I think they're more willing to kind of stick to the process and not abandon ship if things go bad. I mean, I guess a good example of that's like in 2018 when you lose so many games right out of the gate. How does everybody kind of react to that? But I mean, I think Matt Rule, has what he believes is his system. It's worked at other places. I don't get the sense that he's a coach that's going to panic a ton. And, I think he's very thoughtful about the way that he does things. And I think players see that. This is a generation that wants to know the why behind things a lot. And I think, Matt Rule's good at communicating. And so, from talking to players, they obviously know there's a family aspect of things. And, I think the important thing for them is, continuing to build on that in the summer and, carrying that over in the fall, especially if things go badly early on, because it's going to. I mean, things are going to be challenging early on. And, that's where it kind of helps to have those kinds of relationships.
Michael Bruns, Husker247.com. Brunsy, always appreciate it. Thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys.
Later, Bruns.
Michael Bruns joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline.
Great live interview.
By your mom's house.
Great live interview with Michael Bruns.
Well, yeah.
So I'll say great live interview with Michael Bruns.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I like talking baseball.
It was a really good live interview.
Thank you, Nick.
It will be interesting to see what Nebraska does here. Now,
we talking about back to baseball? Yeah.
I don't know if selfish is the right word, but having known Rob Childress in the past and knowing how good he was and is,
you'd like him to be the hire?
I mean, it would be a great hire. Now, I have no idea if that's what he's really interested in doing. If it's going to be awkward for him in that spot.
Because of it'd be.
But, he's already been in the front office, so technically
he's already
Will
had
Bolt
to answer to, yeah.
Yeah, Will Bolt has already been his his boss.
Yep.
But I would also agree that, you always want to do your due diligence. You don't want to, go crazy with just hiring someone because they're already here. You do want to check around a little bit. And I'm sure there will be other, fine candidates that could be out there. But I don't think there's any doubt that Rob Childress is one of the better ones out there, having seen what he's done in the past, and not just at Nebraska, but what he did at Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons why it quote unquote didn't work out at Texas A&M. I mean, A&M's got some very big aspirations, and he still had success, made a number of College World Series, and he's got a lot of his alums who are pitching in the major leagues.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, just based off of merit alone, it would seem to be just like he seemed to be overqualified, is what he would seem to be.
Yeah.
But that could be a positive. That doesn't have to be a negative. It could be a positive, obviously.
And whether or not this represents a crossroad moment for this program, because again, and I know people will say, well, just pour more money into it. Well, there's a lot of other mouths to feed as well. And while we did show the graphic yesterday and all the different spenders, only one Big Ten school showed up in the top 35.
Michigan.
Just one.
Yeah.
It's a lot more than just how much money you're willing to spend. It's the other people around you. This conference does not prioritize baseball. They just don't.
And we talked about it yesterday, and we don't have to keep doing this, but that can be okay. I know that it sucks for you around here, but as the example we used was the SEC isn't like, oh my gosh, how do we catch up to Iowa in the Big Ten in wrestling? They don't view it that way.
No.
And I know you wish that the Big Ten did, but maybe they just don't, and they never will because they never have, And that stinks, but I don't know. I just don't know what more there is to do about it besides scream, I guess.
Still to come, we've got our spirit of the day.
Oh, baby.
And we have Mike Farron.
Oh, baby.
Who will join us fresh off of the Mike Farron Regional down in Fayetteville.
He called a lot of home runs.
He called the most home runs.
Of anybody?
Of anybody
Wow.
this weekend.
Go Mike Farron.
And he's going to have an announcement, too, coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. I received an email today. Actually, the whole Grum received an email today about the 6th golf flash in a row that we will be putting on. Details to come. We're hoping this week, but maybe keep an eye on a day at the end of July. Should be absolutely spectacular. It so often is. It has been every year prior. And when we do Golf Flash, we do it big. Many dozens of golfers come out and have a great time. And perhaps you are someone who is in charge of a company, you have a large office, and you're trying to think of something fun to do this summer, may I recommend, instead of the usual pizza party, maybe a trip out to Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis just north of Dodge on 120th Street. They can allow for gatherings up to 144 golfers out there on the course at the exact same time. Give them a call today at 402-498-0220. Whether it's one of those huge gatherings, whether it is you and a few other people, or maybe a bachelor or a bachelorette party, they can handle it all. Not to mention, on a day like today, oh boy, being inside the Top Tracer building is awesome. You got your TV, you got your food, you got your drink, and you are covered and you are comfortable. They are located just north of Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Saviv for Ted and Wally's, 2 locations, one in the Old Market, of course, the other in Benson. Ultra premium ice cream. You may ask yourself, what does that mean? Well, 20% butterfat. Been making it since 1984, and there's so many different flavors. And one of my favorite things about 10 Wally's is they make an ice cream for you. They've got keto-friendly ice cream. They've got goat milk ice cream. Whatever you're looking for, they have it. It's 10 Wally's, 2 wonderful locations, Old Market and Benson. And, of course, tell them Severe sent you.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists. You've decided to buy a house. Now what? You know, it doesn't matter if you're a first-time home buyer or a seasoned homeowner. The home buying process is not the same as ordering something from Amazon. The biggest trick is knowing how much you really can afford before the real house hunting can begin. I mean, really know. There's no time for guessing games, which is why talking with a mortgage professional like Mortgage Specialists first can make a difference. Some house hunting websites have calculators that'll give an estimate of the monthly payments, but they aren't really reliable. It's a better idea to get an accurate payment estimate using your own personal information. That's where Mortgage Specialists can help. Really help. Find out more when you subscribe to Mortgage Matters in Minutes on our YouTube channel. Just search Mortgage Specialists LLC.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español. Gracias, Babbel. Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Gary Sharp here for Templeton Rye, a whiskey for the strong-spirited. Excitement is in the air. The College Baseball Championship returns to Omaha, and you know what? Fans are going to come from all around, and you can celebrate this year with Templeton Rye, whiskey for the strong-spirited. They've got 4-year, 6-year, 10-year reserve. This whiskey is a home run all around. Now, you want to learn more about Templeton Rye, you can check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the on-site distillery just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa, Rye Whiskey.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now, back to the program.
Hi there.
Hello.
We're back. 402-951-1620. More on the Big 12 biting. Maybe. Are they biting off more than they can chew on this? What?
We were just talking about biting, so.
Well, but in a totally different and totally unrelated circumstance.
That's true.
By the way, we're watching this old Jets. It's the Dan Marino fake spike game.
Oh, don't
Spoiler
alert.
No, there's no spoiler
For
alert.
Nick. Spoiler for Nick.
Did you know? You probably didn't notice it, but the Jets uniforms.
Oh, I noticed the Jets
are
uniforms.
green.
I'm not severe over here. I noticed uniforms right away.
No, but did you notice who they're made by?
Oh, is this Wilson?
Champion.
Those are champion uniforms.
Uniforms.
Dude, the 90s are the wild west of uniforms because like Dallas was Nike, which angered a lot of people. You got some Champion, you got some Starter in there.
Yeah.
If I remember the Rams when they won the Super Bowl, they were Puma.
They were Puma,
For some
baby.
reason.
Puma.
So funny.
We were Puma.
Yeah.
Were the shoulder pads bigger?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They look huge.
Yeah, they're massive.
Yes.
Yeah.
They used to be some big old.
Hey, good sack. Good sack.
Matt, nice Nick. Matt emails in another on the live news of today. So can the 1890 project take money from Saudi Arabia? Literally, does NIL discern between us and foreign money? If I were part of NIL Nebraska, I'd be calling Saudi Arabia asking for $100 million. Nebraska football gets way more viewers than LIV Golf in U.S. on TV. And then he adds, great show. Matt, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Do you really want that? I know there are people out there that really, really, really want to see the Huskers do well, but
I mean, I'm sure some would say, I don't care.
Let me,
you know what? I want to read something that I was checking out during a commercial break a few minutes ago. Okay, here we are.
From the Athletic.
This is from the Athletic. I just want to read. I'm not going to read the whole kit and caboodle, but it mentions, you know, when all this sports washing started happening with a variety of franchises and leagues, that our reaction was always not going to mean a whole lot. And it brings up Newcastle United. I know my reaction to LIV Tour. I couldn't have been more wrong in what ended up happening. And he writes, Newcastle United qualified for the Champions League in its second year under PIF ownership. Then Phil Mickelson, Brooks Koepka, and Dustin Johnson joined the LIV Tour, and Koepka went on to win the PGA Championship last month. Then Cristiano Ronaldo went to a Saudi club. Lionel Messi might be playing for Saudi teams next year too. And with one press release Tuesday, it all became clear they won. In just 2 years, PIF proved that money can overcome any public relations battle, and it can do it swiftly. And I think that is something that I have observed a lot, whether it's sports or otherwise over the last few years. It's like, just power through and you can get by. You know, if you have support of those in charge, if you're an employee, or in this case, if you just have all the money in the world, they can deal with the blowback. They don't care about Twitter reaction. They don't care about the reaction, you know? And here they are.
It's all a matter of what the consumer is willing to stomach.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it, you know. I was listening to Brandel Chambly, who, you know, has been a very loud critic of LIV Golf, the golf analyst, Brandel Chambly. And one of the things he mentioned was the different layers as to why this was able to happen. Obviously, the litigation, the nonstop litigation, the fact that the Saudis have all this money and, you know, they could have drug stuff out in courts forever and basically tried to bleed the PGA Tour dry. But one of the other options was that many of the PGA Tour's own sponsors have LIV money coursing through their organizations. You know, the Saudi Public Fund has investments in a lot of American corporations. And I've said this many times, and it's usually when it's in reference to a lot of these culture war things, whether it's, you know, you can't stand Chick-fil-A or can't stand Bud Light or whatever. If
John gets out his AK and says, no Bud Light for me.
If you really want to try, and God bless you if you do, but if you really want to try to cleanse your moral compass of all the problematic things in your world by, hey, you know, Chick-fil-A doesn't like this or doesn't do this, which I agree with, so I'm banning them. I'm not going to go there. Or Bud Light does this, or this company. If you try to do that and you really dig in deep, you may end up growing your own food at some point and living in your own mud hut.
That was a character on The Good Place.
It was
where he tried. There was this character, and I don't want to explain the backstory, but he that's how he operated his life, because he was trying to be as perfect of a human being as he could.
And unfortunately, so many different things are interwoven into commerce that it is almost impossible. It is almost impossible to totally cleanse yourself of using products or buying things or absorbing content that doesn't have some link to something you will find personally offensive.
Yeah, honestly, the only good company in the world is Popeyes. I just want to see your reaction. And NRG Media.
That would be funny. That would be funny if we did the total cleansing of everyone.
And Popeyes is the place.
That Popeyes is the place. And that's why they've been grumpy all this time and so horrible with their service. And
because they know they have the weight of the world on their
small
shoulders.
pieces of chicken because they don't have Saudi money pumping through and helping them actually be better at their jobs.
It's normal sized chicken. Normal sized.
Here is Ted.
Above average, some
on
would
the
say.
42 degrees, the source hotline. Hello, Ted.
Hi, Ted.
Hello. Here's my feeling. Okay, I haven't watched the LP or the PGA in years. I watched 3 golf tournaments: British Open, the Masters, and the U.S. Open.
Why don't you watch the PGA Championship? By the way,
PGA just sold their frickin' soul to the Saudis.
Yeah.
And if you guys think that's okay based on what happened at 9/11, you're full of crap as the rest.
Ted, we didn't say that, bro.
No, Ted. I hope you aren't.
Wow. Okay.
Ted, I hope you aren't interpreting the first hour and 45 minutes as us defending this.
I disavow 9/11. I acknowledge it happened. I do acknowledge it happened, though. I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah.
I don't like what happened in 9/11.
Thank you.
Yes, I don't agree with it.
Thank you. No, Ted, if you've been listening and you're interpreting anything of what we are saying as supportive of this, you're out of your mind.
That call was as spicy as the delicious spicy chicken now found at Popeyes on 46th and Dodge.
The Louisiana ghost pepper?
Oh, man, I want to try those so bad.
Me too.
Take a half bite and the wing is gone.
Wow.
Because they're not taking the Saudi money, apparently. They can't afford the real chicken, so they have to serve whatever, microscopic chicken that they have.
John says, you can't build your own food or build a mud hut either. I'm sure neither Big C nor Big Mud are entirely on the up and up.
Damn it, Big Mud.
Oh,
Big
man.
Mud.
If Big Mud is on the take, then we're all screwed.
We really are.
Big Mud is on the take. It's just how much are you willing to tolerate, right?
Yeah. I think that's what we decide
Now,
with everything.
this is pretty upfront, out there, and in the wide ass open, right?
Whereas a lot of stuff you do kind of have to dig deep.
You do have to
sometimes.
dig deep a little bit.
Yeah.
You do have to dig deep. But this is as blatant as sports washing as there is. And listen, I watch WWE. The WWE just finished an event in Saudi Arabia, paid for by the Public Investment Fund.
Mm-hmm.
And they do about 2 or 3 of these things every year.
You're supportive of that?
I'm not again, but
that caller is going to hate you.
What's insane to me is didn't the WWE get grounded a few years back at one of those shows?
I don't know.
But they were holding, I don't want to say hostage, but they were holding people. They wouldn't let people leave for one reason or another.
Well, coming up next, an inspiring spirit of the day. We need some good
hope
news.
this is inspiring.
No, it is.
I've seen people yelling about it, so I don't know what side is the correct side.
You know why you've been seeing people yelling? Because it's on Twitter.
No, it's Indiana. Well, I don't want to spoil it.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, Ames Ave is currently closed for both directions between 36th and 30th because of a shooting. Police are on the scene. Avoid that area of Ames. Also, same goes with northbound 31st is closed between Ames and Ferry Street because of that police activity. We've got a crash with injuries on Douglas at Turner Boulevard, a crash blocking the right shoulder on 50th at Center, and then some road work has the 2 left lanes closed on westbound Dodge between 84th and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
What's up? It's a Target trend alert. New swim has just arrived and it's sunny weather approved.
If you're into bikinis or one pieces, high waists or cutouts, they're the perfect combo of trendy, flattering, and affordable.
That's right. And there are so many cool styles with gorgeous details. These suits have macrame, crochet, wood beads, pretty shells, and more. Totally a luxe for less vibe.
Yes, so dive in and shop this Target trend without the spend.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. Last year, PACE served over 5,000 area kids with wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Let us talk about the three most surprising things about modern LASIK at Kugler Vision. The first, how fast that LASIK procedure is. With Kugler Vision's leading edge technology, we're talking just a few minutes per eye. Incredibly speedy. And how about this for number two, how comfortable the procedure is. So often from their patients, they hear, wait, that's it? It's over? They make sure that you're relaxed and comfortable, as well as knowing exactly what is happening. And this, for number three, how quickly you can get back to normal life. Patients typically drive themselves to Kugler Vision the very next day for their follow-up visit. So you're back in action less than 24 hours later. Kugler Vision right now, they have special pre-summer savings on modern LASIK or any of their other advanced vision correction procedures. If you've ever thought about fixing your bad vision, the Kugler Vision Eye Analysis is your first step. Do so today. Schedule one online at kuglervision.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per-ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Spirits in my head.
Let us lift your spirits. It's time for the Templeton Rye Whiskey Spirit of the Day.
So today's Spirit of the Day, brought to you by Templeton Rye Whiskey for the strong-spirited, TempletonDistillery.com, goes to the Sycamores of Indiana State, who just qualified for the Super Regional. They have not been to a College World Series since 1986.
So we're all rooting for them.
I've been rooting for them because, Old Valley School.
Broadcaster rooting for a team.
But now
I thought you wouldn't root for that.
Now I am really rooting for them. So as a number one seed, and because TCU won the Arkansas regional.
Ribbit.
Arkansas would have hosted had Arkansas won. Indiana State was in line to host the Super Regional at Bob Warren Field in beautiful Terre Haute, Indiana.
Paradise. Did you come up with that?
No, it's been their
Okay.
nickname.
I was going to say that's pretty good.
That is really good.
Paradise.
Oh,
But
yeah, good nickname. You
last
definitely didn't come up with
night,
it.
Indiana State announced they would be unable to host the Super Regionals. Why, you ask?
Why?
Well, from the statement sent out by Indiana State Athletics, due to prior commitments, accommodations are not available in the community preparing to welcome Indiana Special Olympics for the 51st year. We are unable to host the NCAA Super Regionals in the coming week. A variety of different factors that came into play with competition for resources and staff, with the potential for multiple large-scale events occurring in the area simultaneously, and due to NCAA limitations on hotel distance from the field, there's a lack of hotel space to handle the accommodations required to house the visiting team, the support staff for the games, and the ESPN production crew that would be in attendance. And so TCU is going to be playing host to the Super Regional. But because of the previous commitment to the Indiana Special Olympics, Indiana State had to say, we cannot host.
Sorry, but we cannot.
I can't think of a better reason for something this unfortunate, because it is. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, you
Imagine
feel
if
for their fans.
you feel for their fans, you feel for their team, chance to play at home, but they are sticking to their commitment to the Indiana Special Olympics. If that isn't spirit, I don't know what is.
Well, how about this, John? I'll give you some more spirit. So Ryan McGee, he just tweeted this out a couple of minutes ago. Indiana State can't host the NCAA Supers this weekend. He mentions why. 14 seeded Sycamores have to play at TCU. So what are the Horned Frog fans doing? Making donations to the Indiana Special Olympics.
Yes, from WTHR in Fort Worth. There's a TCU fan club called the Lupton Drinking Club. I'd love to find out the reason behind this name. But they tweeted out last night, please join us at the Lupton Drinking Club and donate to Indiana Special Olympics. Nothing can replace hosting a Super Regional, but we can sure help support our next foes in a different way. Click the link and donate.
Awesome.
So, yes. And I saw like you did, there were people arguing back and forth on Twitter because that's what Twitter's for. Well, why did they even bid on the regionals if they knew they weren't going to host the Super Regionals, blah, blah, blah. Would you rather not host anything at all?
Fair.
And in a day and age where we can't stick to our commitment, Jay Monahan, Indiana State is saying, no. Listen, this is a great opportunity for our athletic department, but we realize we got a bigger thing here. And they've been doing this for 51 years.
Dang.
As the statement says, as we are preparing to welcome Indiana Special Olympics for the 51st year.
It's a lot of years.
I mean, this has been on the books for a while.
Almost as old as you.
Almost as old as me. So, from all of us and from Templeton Rye, we salute you, Indiana State, the Sycamores. I already had reason to cheer for them. Nothing against TCU.
Because you're a biased broadcaster.
Nothing against TCU. I don't have a problem with TCU. They've never won a national championship
How
in
are their
college
notes?
baseball.
How are their notes?
Notes are pretty good, actually.
Okay.
But, man,
notes are what we care about.
I mean, Indiana State's going to be the new, public sentiment team.
Oh, yeah.
Because of this.
Oh, yeah.
So, see, you were worried it was all bad. People are angry?
Well, I just saw some people being angry.
Because they're on
all the discourse.
No, I saw people from Omaha being. It wasn't just Indiana State fans. I just want to make sure that
I don't understand why. How can anyone be angry by this?
I think people thought that they were using it as an excuse. But I'm happy to award it to them. I'm happy.
Using it as an excuse?
It's just what it seemed like. I'm happy that we gave it to them.
Again, I'm trying to figure out in any way how this is bad.
I mean, it's bad for the fans that they can't watch their team at home.
Oh, boo-hoo.
John said can't find one. I'm just giving the one tiny reason, a tiny reason to be upset.
But there is a noble cause behind it.
Yeah, I know.
There's something noble
I
and
know. I
honest
just
and
gave
pure
you the answer. I gave you the answer.
And great about this. And by the way, if you too would like to donate to the Special Olympics, we encourage you to go to supportspecialolympics.org.
Perfect.
Support.specialolympics.org. And you can donate to the Special Olympics. And if you want to earmark your donation for Indiana, you can do that if you want for Indiana Special Olympics. But support.specialolympics.org. God bless you, Indiana State. There's too many people go back on their deals welching and worrying about this, that, and the other thing.
The commitment boys.
We like commitment.
We do like commitment.
They are as strong and as mighty as the great sycamore itself.
Wow. A tree.
That is
a
a tree.
It's a big-ass tree.
Big ass tree.
A big-ass tree with a big-ass heart.
And a big-ass spirit.
And a big-ass spirit, brought to you by Templeton Rye, whiskey for the strong-spirited. You know who else has a big-ass heart? And maybe just a big ass?
Whoa.
Mike Farron.
Our next guest.
Yes. Farron's going to join us next. He's going to help. I'll be curious.
Is he going to get mad if we talk about Major League Baseball again like last week? Is this a college baseball?
It's too early, Josh.
There was just a breaking news item that came out.
There was a pretty significant injury that was just announced in Major League Baseball.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you can, yeah.
Okay.
It's a baseball segment. We're talking baseball.
I got some baseball questions for him.
I love baseball.
You do love baseball. You love the men's college World Series and the women's college World Series.
I love squeeze play.
Well, squeeze play's gone, and that's why we're watching a 1994 NFL football game today.
Fins up.
I remember watching this game at work.
Dang. Oh, is this at the gas station?
No. This was when this is 1994. I was at KLIN.
Oh, man. Wow.
Sitting in the newsroom, watching it on that little 4-inch TV.
Millennial John Bishop. Who are you rooting for?
Go Dolphins. I like
I was rooting for the Dolphins.
Yeah,
Hell yeah, you were.
Who's the Jets quarterback in 94?
I was especially rooting. It was a Boomer, wasn't it?
Oh, Boomer.
I was especially rooting for the Dolphins after what Dan Marino does in this game.
Oh, man. Classic. Nick, wait till you see it.
How long is the...
I think this is going to happen until like 5:30, so we'll get this at the
near the
end
what
of
is the
grub.
window on this broadcast? Yeah.
Oh, it's at 6. Oh, it's the very end of the show.
At the very end of the show.
All right, perfect.
Very end of the
What the
show.
hell are you doing now, John?
I couldn't find where's the exit button?
John's trying to throw on SpongeBob.
I'm like, what in the world's going on
I
here?
have so many remotes in my life. And I'm not a big fan of the Cox remote. It's more clunky than the remotes I work with. Fix your
boys.
remotes, Cox.
All right, let's talk to baseball.
With Mike Farron next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to partly cloudy and very warm into the evening here, then mostly clear later tonight. Lows should drop back to near 64. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, high near 90 with a 40% chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, Ames Ave is currently closed for both directions between 36th and 30th because of a shooting. Police are on the scene. Avoid that area of Ames. Also, same goes with northbound 31st is closed between Ames and Ferry Street because of that police activity. We've got a crash with injuries on Douglas at Turner Boulevard, a crash blocking the right shoulder on 50th at Center, and then some road work has the 2 left lanes closed on westbound Dodge between 84th and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Luss Hills Harley-Davidson.
Riding season is here, and it's time to trade in and trade up. Or, if you ain't riding it, Luss Hills Harley-Davidson is buying it. Sell your Harley-Davidson today. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's, 2 locations, one in the Old Market and in Benson. What goes better after a wonderful meal? Say you're in Benson looking for a great place to eat. You roll into Taste of New Orleans. You get your po' boy, maybe have a little bit of gumbo, and what goes with that? Ice cream. Ultra premium ice cream from Ted and Wally's. You swing into Ted and Wally's, whether it's a quart or a half a gallon or just a couple of scoops, you're going to love the ice cream at Ted and Wally's. So many different flavors and so many locations. 2 of them, in fact, Old Market and Benson. And when you go there, tell them Severe sent you.
Can I take your order?
Can I get a small chicken sandwich meal?
Sorry, we only sell jumbo meals. Same size for everyone.
Sometimes one size fits all isn't right for you. Same goes for your mobile plan. At Cox Mobile, get what you actually need and start saving with the right data plan. If your needs change, switch between plans at any time. Now that's something different.
Thanks. I think I'll go get something different.
Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Visit cox.com/mobile to learn more. Postpaid Cox internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro. Dentistry for the entire family.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah. It's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, 3/4-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
During the CWS, celebrate the college baseball championship with Templeton Rye. It's whiskey for the strong-spirited with an all-star lineup of 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve. Templeton Rye is crafted with a strong community spirit, the perfect way to celebrate your favorite team. Templeton Rye, whiskey for the strong-spirited. Available near you.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees.
You won't ever find out how good it is until you play with it.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago National League Ball Club, which has the right of approval of the announcers and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Chicago National League Ball Club is prohibited.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs. Oh my.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning.
At this time yesterday, we were staring up at the same TV. We're watching this old Jets-Dolphins game on, and I see the smiling face of Mike Farron. And now I look into the video scope here on 1620 The Zone TV, and it's
he's smiling.
He's smiling.
He's smiling.
He's smiling. It's Mike Farron, ladies and gentlemen, fresh off the Mike Farron Regional.
That was the Fayetteville Regional.
He called it the Mike Farron Regional all week.
I did.
I'm serious. Every time we updated it, it was the Mike Farron Regional.
Can confirm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it sounds better than Fayetteville. No offense to Fayetteville, but
tough look
It
for
sounds like you're trying to pay offense to Fayetteville.
No, I'm thinking of the old days, like in the NHL, where you had the Campbell and the Norris, and all of the cool names instead of or legends and leaders. Remember those great days?
Would you call that like the Norm DeBryan regional or something like that, right? Like pick the legendary coaches to name the regionals after.
That's not a bad idea.
Actually, that is a pretty solid idea.
That's not a bad idea, though. I think we needed to, name it, the Horned Frog Regional after what happened, or maybe from now on. From now on, it'll be henceforth known as the Trey Richardson Regional.
I mean, that's probably how it's going to be remembered, right? I mean, he had one of the single, if not the single greatest offensive performance in NCAA postseason history. 3 homers, 11 RBIs. It was pretty incredible for a guy who had 2 homers all year.
Well, he hit another one yesterday, didn't he? So he
yeah.
had 4.
I mean, that one was to center field. Like he smoked it. Like it was, things were out of reach at that point, but it was, he put an emphatic exclamation mark on TCU's regional win.
Mike, outside of what you saw in front of your face over the last few days, what was
rain and kettle corn?
What was the biggest surprise or thing that stood out to you from the opening weekend of the tournament?
I mean, I loved that we were to a point where we knew that one super regional was going to have 2 of Oregon, Xavier, Oral Roberts, Dallas Baptist, right? Like those were the regional finalists that matched up. And so, the Ducks are going to have a regional with Oral Roberts. Ducks haven't been there since 2012. And remember, the Ducks, they only have had a program again since the fall of 2008. So, I mean, they got rid of baseball in 1982. So, and Oral Roberts hasn't been to a super since 2002. So I think that's a pretty cool story. I think, like Paul Skeens threw a complete game in the first game, obviously awesome, like great moments. Dylan Cruz really showed out well in the Baton Rouge regional. I thought those were other good storylines. The SEC playing well, like not a big shock, but I mean, 6 of their 10 move on to supers. There's a chance for as many as 5, I think, to get to Omaha, right? Is that, or do we have 2?
I think now that A&M is gone, we have.
You're right, because Kentucky's playing Florida, right? So it's, I think,
we're guaranteed 2 because we've got 2 all SEC finals. We got LSU, Kentucky, and we got Florida, South Carolina.
That's it.
And then you add Alabama is a possibility and Tennessee. So 4 is the max.
Right. So I mean, there's some really, I think there's some cool stories there. I think, it's been a while since UVA's had a super, so watching them do it. And I think the dominance of Wake Forest, like that's another part, and LSU got a lot of the attention early in part because they were number 1 from the beginning of the year. And, they have potential to have the top 2 picks called in this draft with Skeens and Cruz, probably in inverse order. But, Wake Forest is really good. And I was texting with Gabby Sanchez this morning a little bit because we're going to be in Winston-Salem for that super. And he said this is as complete a team as he's ever seen. And it's got to play to Miami, right? Like he played some really good squads. They're really good. And I think that's one of the things that super to me is really interesting, not because I'm going to be there, but you have this incredible story of Wake Forest that's put together this unbelievable season. They haven't been to Omaha since 1955, right? Until Virginia won in 15. They were the last ACC team to win a title. And then they're facing a team whose coach got fired for helping a buddy bet against them, or allegedly, right?
Allegedly.
Or at least that's what the perception is. He was in contact with a guy that was placing bets on LSU against Alabama, right? While the guy was at the sports book. So whether it was intentional or not, it certainly does not look good. No. And Bama's in a super regional, which is pretty incredible with that, and like is a testament to those kids. So, those are some of the storylines I think that stood out to me. And like, here's one that's just not, didn't play out entirely this way. But we had 2 1 seeds that went 2 in Q, and then am I right that it was 7 or was it 8 others that found themselves in elimination games before the regional final?
Good question.
Great.
That sounds right.
I think Arkansas made 8, but it was a lot. And so I think those were the other things where some of those teams really had to fight their way. Florida had to come back through the losers bracket to win their regional, as an example. So I think those are other parts of the story as well. Stanford had to do that as well against A&M team, an A&M team that was hot. So, and that sets up a Stanford, Texas super regional, which is just like going to Omaha, but in Palo Alto.
And I think now after last night, Stanford, I thought I heard it's either it was 7-0, now 8-0, or it's now 7-0, where they have been on their backs against the wall at home in a regional or super regional and have won.
Yeah.
Like their
it happened to them twice last year, remember? They were done. They were done against Texas State.
Yeah.
And then they were done against UConn, right? Like they were down
Yes.
1-0 in supers against UConn. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good team. I love Dave Esker, man. Esker,
Yeah, I do too. Really good guy. Nebraska fans will flash back. Same scenario, 2000. Shane Comine wins game 1. Nebraska's 1 win away from their first World Series in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
And then Stanford wins Saturday and Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, there's something about that place, you know, the Sunken Diamond. They got magic there.
Mike, you mentioned a moment ago that you'll be on the call for the Wake Forest Alabama Super. You mentioned this also a couple weeks ago, how high on Wake Forest you were.
Yeah.
As you now dive even more into your prep for them, do you come away more impressed by
Buddy,
them?
I just got home.
Well, I guess that's
I just had to do 3 hours of radio. I'm as impressed as I was going into last week.
Nothing's changed.
I mean, they throttled everybody. Like they were in a regional with Maryland, who's a pretty good team. And I think Shotgun Spratling made the case today that if you put them in like Lexington or you put them in a couple of the other regionals, like Maryland's probably coming out of it. And they ended up losing the 1-1 game to George Mason, right? But like Wake Forest was just going to lay everybody to waste. They're a really impressive team overall. They have the deepest pitching staff. They have a powerful lineup, and they get to play at home in their ballpark, which is a great hitter's ballpark. So, yeah, I mean, is it impossible for them to lose? No. I mean, we just saw it with last year's version with Tennessee. We saw it the year before's version with Arkansas, them losing in supers on teams that we felt like were virtually unbeatable. And Alabama certainly has the Cinderella story smell to them, but I don't know that I would be, I don't know that I would think that it is likely that they lose that. I think I saw the odds were like they had them at like 64% to win that super. And that feels probably about right. I would say that there's probably a 2 and 3 chance of them getting out of there.
Just saw the odds, the updated odds. Wake Forest is now 3-1 to win the national championship.
And the next closest is 6-1.
Alabama's 40-1.
Whew.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's probably not all that different than what it was last year with Notre Dame and Tennessee, right? So like I've got the probability some probabilities in front of me. Like the highest probability of winning actually is Tennessee at Southern Miss, which that doesn't pass the sniff test.
No.
Miss team. And there's a little, I mean, I know Southern Miss got swept by Ole Miss and supers in Hattiesburg last year, but Scott Berry's retiring after this year, and he's built an incredible program there and has an exceptional legacy, and this really feels like it's Southern Miss's year to get to Omaha. Like it's a really good team. So, but their odds are greater than TCU's even, and greater than Oregon's, which that feels like that's a really interesting one. That's a good Oregon squad. But Oral Roberts Oral Roberts is gonna be tough. It's fun.
So I did not know this. You're going to still be doing a super. So you still have another weekend of college baseball on your
I do. I have another.
Then you're done, right? You're just completely done. No more college baseball.
I don't know. You tell me. I guess. I mean, I'll be in Omaha.
Oh, you will.
I will.
Oh,
well, coming to Omaha.
Do you want to just pop in occasionally into the broadcast booth and say a couple of words?
I mean, if you'll have me, I'm happy to come in and be.
I would be more than happy.
Wow! Look at that.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have exciting news. Joining us this year on our CWS preliminary game coverage, Mike Farron.
Oh, let's go.
Nick, go ahead and throw up the graphic.
Oh, we have a graphic.
No.
No.
Well, you see, I didn't realize they rebranded the PGA that fast.
See, it's like we have a lot of how newspapers have a lot of obituaries
right, you pre-wrote.
We have a lot of headlines pre-written.
Yeah,
there we go.
Hey! I'm
man.
super excited about this. We've been
I
talking
am
about this
too. This is going to be great. I mean, I thought about this the other day because Gary Sharp, we've been doing college baseball for 25 years.
Yep.
Nick Handley will be occasionally joining us. He's did Husker games, done Creighton games with me. Connor Happer
Did games last year.
And now Mike Farron. I mean, this is probably the most college baseball-y experience we've ever had. And, we drop off Kugler, so that's just,
Well, there's a USFL game somewhere that needs to be called. So
He called a Mike Riley game this weekend.
Yes, he did.
I do want to point out that this is probably, with Connor involved too, the most ginger booth that you could possibly get.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Redheads unite, baby.
I guess I'll have to hold it up for everybody else.
Well, what this
MCWS today, tomorrow, the world?
Yeah. And what this guarantees is they won't make us broadcast from outside. There's no way they could do that.
Yeah, but I've got just enough in me that I tan. I don't burn.
Wow.
I mean, look at this.
That's
from
great.
standing in the Arkansas sun. That's beautiful.
I'm even more
George
excited.
Hamilton, baby.
Like-
Do you know who George Hamilton is, Josh?
You don't know who George
I
Hamilton
mean, I
is?
recognize the name.
You should
Who
Google him.
Alexander Hamilton is.
George Hamilton.
How do you guys not?
They never saw Love at First Bite.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not.
God.
Oh, no, I know who that guy is.
Yeah.
Man, that guy is tan.
Yeah, he tan AF.
Tan AF.
He
That's-
showed up. He showed up in a random commercial a couple of years ago, and I was like, "Wait a second,
Yes.
what is
it was-
George Hamilton doing in there?"
Oh, and I'm trying to remember what it was for.
He's like sitting
they were
by
on
a pool.
beach. They were like on a beach or something.
KFC. He's Colonel Sanders.
He was one of the colonels.
Okay.
He was one of the colonels. That's right. The very tan colonel.
Yeah.
And look, I'm pumped that Mike's going to be doing College World Series stuff with us on 1620 The Zone, but I'm more excited that we can also announce Mike will be one of the co-hosts on Big Red Overreaction this fall. It's going to be Mike. We are going to have so much
So
fun.
excited about this. It's
Oh,
I
man.
really felt like you needed the Northwestern perspective on it.
We might have to give him the StreamYard for the Northwestern game. He could pop in for a couple minutes.
I would pop in for the Northwestern. When
Oh,
are they
that'd
playing
be
Northwestern?
That'd be great content.
Are they playing at Wrigley against Northwestern this year? Is that this year?
No, it's back
No.
in Lincoln this year.
Yeah. I don't. They haven't.
Still haven't memorized the football schedule.
I don't know if they'll
October
ever.
21st. Oh, NLCS, ALCS.
Oh, it's right in the middle. I'm not gonna be able to do that.
All right.
Yeah,
Never mind.
That's not going to work.
You got to get those November night games since nobody else in the Big Ten wants
Yeah,
them.
that's
I'll
right.
take
We
it.
play in a dome.
Cowards.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
What is the what Big Ten fan has ever been afraid of the weather?
They've been using that excuse for years. When Nebraska first joined the league, and we were asking, "Hey, what about night games in November?" Oh, we don't do that around here because we don't want to inconvenience our fans. It's like you live in the north.
Yeah,
you live where the sun sets at like 4:15 in the afternoon.
Yeah,
it's always cold and it's basically dark the whole
soft. It's
time.
a soft conference.
It's a very soft conference. Yeah, incredibly soft.
That's why
Well-
the SEC, it means more there. They're willing to play at night in November.
Bingo.
It does.
Bingo. It does mean more.
It does mean more. Sadly, we found out you were talking about it during the break. Jacob deGrom from the Rangers is out, and it's going to be Tommy John surgery for deGrom. That's I wish I could sit here and say I'm surprised that deGrom's not going to make it through a full season, but it really sucks when you consider what he could have represented to this team, who's playing really good baseball. And what are they, within 3 games of the best record in the league right now?
Yeah, they're a half game behind Tampa Bay in that, and they also have outscored their opponents by 30 more runs than the Rays have. I mean, they've basically been pounding everybody into submission. They've done it for the last month without deGrom, but it's really, I mean, it's kind of shocking because they had just done an MRI a couple of weeks ago that had shown inflammation, and then they went in again because he wasn't recovering quite like he wanted. In this is just learned this a couple minutes ago. Chris Young, their general manager, said that the MRI revealed damage that was significant. deGrom was kind of brought to tears, said it's not ideal, but at least we know what it is. I want to get it fixed and set a goal to be back before the end of next year. So he's set to undergo the surgery next week. But man, this is a team that has a chance to win the World Series this year. And I think part of why we thought that was because they could pair, him with Nathan Eovaldi at the top of the rotation in the postseason, and it would work really well. So they're going to have to find, probably another option, I think, for the postseason to be able to help that rotation based on where it is now, even though they're pitching well as a group. and Evaldi's been tremendous. But they need to find somebody else who can give them quality innings in October. And I'm not sure that guy currently exists on their staff to be able to give them for that. I mean, Dane Dunning's done a great job for them. John Gray's been solid. Like they have some quality pitchers. Andrew Heaney's been fine, but adding somebody else, I think, is probably going to have to become a priority now when it was kind of an afterthought. I mean, they have a desperate need for bullpen help as well, but and it may not affect them over the course of the regular season, but I'm curious to see what it looks like come October.
Speaking of the Rangers, are you sad that you're going to miss the greatest June baseball series of all time this weekend when they play the Rays?
Is this because it's the Lowe family reunion?
Oh, I was just saying because they're really good teams.
Well, it should be good, but also Nathaniel Lowe, the first baseman for the Rays, brother Josh Lowe is the right fielder Nathaniel Lowe is the Rangers first baseman. Josh Lowe is the Rays right fielder.
I knew that.
They were both in the same organization, and I think drafted in the same year, actually. You may remember that Nathaniel, then Nate was Mississippi State first baseman, and then Josh was a high pick as an outfielder. I mentioned the Mississippi State because I'm pretty sure that you're familiar with them because they play football, Josh.
I have heard of them. Yeah, Dan Mullen used to be their head coach. Yeah.
He's not now.
Prescott, my quarterback, he was from Mississippi State. He didn't throw as many interceptions back in those days.
Well, he didn't play for the Cowboys then.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
Probably running a better offense.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, there's no question he's running a better offense.
Hey, how about the Bears? What the hell's going on with the Arlington Heights thing?
I don't know.
Okay. He's been busy. He's been busy.
He's a busy guy. And now he's going to be in Winston-Salem for Wake Forest in Alabama.
For the best team of all time, Wake Forest.
Yep.
And then he'll be in Omaha.
And then he'll be in Omaha.
With the best team of all time.
With the best team of all time. That's right.
Connor Happer tweets in, get your bucket hats and SPF 50 ready, boys.
That's true.
I'll borrow Rooney's.
That's right.
Yeah. That's a man who needs sunscreen. Michael Patrick Rooney, my good friend, our good friend, is the
great
best.
guy.
He looks like my dad.
He is in desperate need of sunscreen on a level that like not even John can comprehend.
No. When you got a head like that, man, my dad talks about it every summer. Just putting sunscreen all over his head.
But
Does
it's
that have a bucket hat?
He does.
It's not just the follicle challenges with Rooney.
Is it the complexity of his skin?
Yeah, I would say that it's basically like if you could put together a plastic shield that would be over his face, it might limit the sunburn that he gets. It's that sensitive to the
wow. As my wife would always say, my skin is clear.
Yeah. Larry's not white. Larry is clear.
Yeah, is pretty much what it is.
Look with a translucent John Bishop.
Man, I can't wait to hear you guys together.
Here were the other proposed, emergency just-in-case headlines.
Yeah.
Mike Farron to co-host.
Oh, man.
Big Red overreaction.
Oh, man. Yep. What else? What are you?
Mike Farron to announce GOP nomination for president.
Wow, that surprises me.
If I can have all of my still photos look like the creepy Ron DeSantis smiling, laughing ones.
And finally, Mike Farron has purchased a majority stake in Kenny.
Put that neon light right outside Nick's bedroom.
Nice. Yes. Nick, you know that reference.
Yes.
Do I?
No.
Again, another fine Seinfeld moment that you don't understand.
Mike, wait till you get to work with Nick for a week. It's going to be great.
It's going to be great.
He doesn't like Seinfeld.
It's not already sounds like it's going to be wonderful.
Yeah.
Do you need me to bring in a producer too?
Now you're messing with my paycheck, Mike. I need that.
He does need his paycheck.
All right. Well, there he is. He's Mike Farron. You'll be able to see him this weekend on the ESPN family of networks. Have they given you the assignments yet of what network you're going to be
only know that we're at noon Eastern, so 11 Central on the mothership on Saturday. So it's a Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, so
you're going to be the one to say, thanks, Stephen A. Welcome, everybody.
It's a Saturday, so I don't.
Oh, it is. Oh, you're starting Saturday. Okay.
I'm sure that there's. I don't know what our read is.
Stephen A. is everywhere on that network.
He is. Yeah, he still might be working on Saturday.
You might be working with Stephen A. You just don't know.
I don't think he takes any days off. I really don't. He just works all the time, morning till night.
Yeah. Stephen A. might know less about college baseball than Josh.
I would hope so.
I would love to see those two get quizzed on it.
On college baseball? Now that's some summer content.
Stephen A. and Josh should do a play-by-play for one of the CWS games.
I would love to work with
That'll be
Stephen
on
A.
our alternate channel, 1610 The Zone.
Can't wait.
1619 The Zone, I believe.
It's a great station.
Watch it. There could be some bleeding through on that.
Just a little. All right. Well, Mike, really excited. We'll look forward to seeing you a couple weeks. And we'll be watching this weekend.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
All right.
Bye,
Mike
Mike.
Farron, ladies and
Bye.
gentlemen of Sirius XM MLB Radio, now ESPN, and now
1620
The
1620
The Zone's College World Series coverage. So Gary and I will have you covered this week, the first weekend, and then Mike's going to join us during the midweek. Gary's going to be on the field. We're going to wow. Great lineup. Super excited.
That lineup powered by the Rooferees. Oh, different lineup.
Yeah.
Different lineup.
Yeah, I haven't gotten all the liners yet for all the,
I just hope it's brought to you by Bank of the West.
Walking's good for the heart.
Walking is good for the heart.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Mike left all the rain. Interruption rain. We need the rain here, but the interruption
We just
rain
want it
down
all
in
over,
Fayetteville.
all overnight. That's totally good when we're
have it all
asleep.
overnight.
Yep.
It can start raining give us a half hour to get out of the ballpark.
I have some of the extended forecast 90, 91, 92, 93, 93. No rain, though. Perfect. It's going to be great.
You can't.
The booth is going to feel awesome.
If it's more than 3 days ahead, you can't trust any forecast. Coming up next, Scott Docterman.
Oh my goodness!
From The Athletic.
Nice get, Nick.
We're going to talk some Big Ten. We're going to. Is this schedule thing coming up pretty soon?
Yeah, maybe.
Or are they waiting on the Saudis? I don't know. Find out. 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. John, Mike, and others will be up in the broadcast booth over the next few weeks watching some baseball. There are seats all around that stadium that are even higher and further away from the action. You might be in one of those seats, and sometimes for you, you struggle. You got to squint a whole lot. You have the prescription glasses. You have the prescription sunglasses. And during this event, well, eventually that rain will arrive, and you have to do the old switcheroo. Can't see everything clearly. It is a whole problem. I don't have that problem, though, anymore. Whether I am in the booth, whether I am in the stands, whether I am down on the field, I can see everything clearly. And that is because I went to Kugler Vision over 5 years ago. Went through the consultation process. I had a lot of questions. They were able to answer all of them. And then when it was the day of the procedure, I was so comfortable with everything that was about to happen. It has changed my life for the better. It can change your life for the better. So you can enjoy baseball. You can enjoy day-to-day activities. Everything is just going to be much better for you because you'll have crisp, clear vision. Give them a call today at 402-558-2211 or schedule a consultation at kuglervision.com.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists. Does it matter where you get your pre-approval? As a consumer, you have lots of choices when it comes to getting a mortgage pre-approval. You can go online or a mortgage professional like Mortgage Specialists. However, not every lender is the same. Online processing tools can pre-approve you in minutes, but it's more likely very inaccurate. We recommend that prospective buyers get pre-approved by a local lender. When you work with reputable local lenders, the pre-approval means what it means. You get a real evaluation of what you can borrow, and you and your real estate agent can have peace of mind through the entire process. Find out about pre-approvals and more when you subscribe to Mortgage Matters in Minutes on our YouTube channel. Just search Mortgage Specialists LLC.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Lime Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Nick Hanley here for Templeton Rye Whiskey for the strong-spirited. Excitement is in the air as the College Baseball Championship returns to Omaha, and fans come from all around. Celebrate this year with Templeton Rye Whiskey for the strong-spirited. With a 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve, the whiskey is a home run all around. To learn more about Templeton Rye, check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the On-Site Distillery,
just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa Rye Whiskey.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. PACE provides an opportunity to develop discipline, self-esteem, and positive moral values through wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Nick was working overtime today. I mean, he got us Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Yep.
If you missed it, you can check his interview out in the radio replay.
He
Michael
confirmed Bruns and Farron.
We
He
just had
confirmed
Farron.
them, not you or me.
I didn't do anything.
Nick did.
I'm the confirmation boy.
Yep.
And now we welcome in from The Athletic, Iowa beat writer, but also man about the Big Ten, Mr. Scott Docterman, who most recently is known probably most notably for ticking off SEC fans.
What?
For some reason.
Scott, what did you do this time?
I don't know, man. Sometimes they just turn around and it's like that Brooks, what was it, Big and Rich song. Does everybody want to kick my, you know what? That's been lately. Every other month there's something that I get myself into.
You know, all he did was, and he tried to be nice about it by saying, "Hey, you know what, SEC, you should want to play more games against each other because it's good for the game." But apparently, the folks down south didn't want to hear anything about it.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest, strange situation. I think they took it as criticism, which it sort of is, that the fact that only 2 out of the 14 teams play 10 Power 5 opponents a year. And, of course, their response was, well, you only have to play 8 in the SEC, and that beats everybody else's 10 or whatever. But in my eyes, I think of it as what it does is when you start to get into like the thick of November, you have that layup that they do the week before their big rivalry game. Other teams have to go through grinds. I mean, look like Michigan last year playing Illinois, and it was right down to the wire. Well, if they were playing Illinois State, it wouldn't have. But you've got to go through the grind in these other conferences that SEC doesn't, which allows them to win extra games, be healthier. And then, of course, when they get into the tournament, the 14 tournament, they do pretty well.
Scott, one of the theories that John has had about the Big Ten and the schedule not being released was that they were waiting for the SEC to announce their scheduling philosophy for whatever reason before then they announced what their plan is with the additions of USC and UCLA. Is that a solid theory in your mind? Like, I know every time we have you on, we eventually ask one question about it. I figure I'd get it out of the way early. Why, again, the hang up, especially now that the SEC's already announced what they're going to do, at least in the short term?
In this case, it's not so much. I mean, the timing may be similar or coincidental, I guess, regarding the SEC and the Big Ten, but the styles aren't exactly on the line. I mean, I think the Big Ten right now is trying to finalize a package where it'd be more of a flex plan, but it just hasn't gotten 1,000% approval. And having a new commissioner jump in when they were getting close to the end, he wanted to evaluate it. Issues with, as we know, the networks and trying to iron out those. It kind of pushed that to the forefront. So right now they're really close to the end where there will be different numbers of protected rivals for different teams, unlike the SEC, which is trying to figure out between 8 or 9 and 3 or 2. The Big Ten is already going to go to 9 games or maintain 9-game schedule. It's just a matter of whether or not it goes 3 games for permanent rivals, 2, or a flex plan. And it seems like the flex plan is probably the one option that's in play right now.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic. Why would an unbalanced number of protected rivalries make the most sense?
When you look at the league now, I mean, especially, since Nebraska joined, you're talking about 5 teams in the last, 12 years or so, and they have different levels of rivalry. USC and UCLA, there's no reason for them to want to play anybody other than each other every year. I mean, they can just say, yeah, sure, give us Purdue and Maryland or whatever. And likewise, Maryland and Rutgers are the same way. Nobody really cares to play them every year. And Nebraska's is probably similar, maybe a little bit more embedded. There's Iowa, there's Wisconsin, Minnesota, but then there's also the thought, we'd like to go to the West Coast and play there. Some of the other teams that have been around for a long time, like the former Northwest Triangle of Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, they really want to play one another. But in Iowa's case, then there's that growing rivalry with Nebraska that would put them at 3. That's who they want to play. But they want to give up one of their ancient rivals to do it. So there's just all kinds of different thoughts. And the other part is related to playing out west. And one of the key signature tenets and scheduling is that every team will only have one trip to the West Coast. Now, let's say Nebraska and UCLA were aligned as some sort of a rivalry, and then maybe once out of that 4 years, Nebraska might have to go to play USC and UCLA on the West Coast the same year, and that's something that they want to avoid in every circumstance.
Scott, do you think that this is going to be a plan that they look at again in a few years? Like, I guess I wonder how often you could see this thing changing, whether it's because one team ends up getting good again or maybe a blue blood kind of falls off, if this is something that they're often looking at and tinkering with to try to make it as equitable for teams as possible.
Oh, I could see that. I mean, I think there's certain, I think it's going to go kind of bare bones on the rivalry. Like, everybody's going to get one.
Yeah.
But then teams like Michigan will get 2, Michigan State and Ohio State. Minnesota and Wisconsin and Iowa will get, those all have 2, plus Iowa will have 3, counting Nebraska. And then, I'm sure things could be reevaluated in the future, but they're not going with like the 3 method where, you can probably evaluate it every 4 years and make changes, because they just don't want to be stuck with, there's, I think, 24 slots for rivalry if you go 3 deep. And probably 10 of them are considered actual rivalries. And then when you start to get down the list for Rutgers and Maryland, good luck trying to find somebody that actually cares enough to make them a rivalry.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Scott Docterman of The Athletic joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. And pardon me, it is Getz, right? Beth Getz?
Yeah.
Beth Getz, she is the interim AD, but a lot of people think that she is certainly a lead candidate for the permanent job, taking over for Gary Barta. If she isn't the permanent AD, why do you think it would be?
Well, I think she has time to prove herself. She's interim and waiting right now. Hearing the last day is August 1st. I think we all are smart enough to figure out that Beth is going to be kind of running the show for the next couple of months while he's a lame duck. And then she becomes the interim August 1st through early 2024. So there are a lot of situations that can come up, a lot of things she can handle. Anything with football has the potential to get volatile very quickly, and how you respond to that could really dictate whether or not she is, qualified to handle the position, or they need to bring somebody, or at least go nationwide with their search to really consider it. And that could be anything like a loss, which is, and everybody knows, a loss in football in the world. It's a place like Nebraska and Iowa. So if that they would blow up and she handled it poorly, then it's like, well, let's take a look around. And if, she handles that and some other situations, it would be fine. But that really on deck for whoever follows Gary Barnum on a permanent basis is you've got a football coach who's going to be 68 years old. You've got men's basketball and women's basketball coaches who are in their 60s. You've got Tom Brandt who's in his 50s. I mean, so there are, on the horizon, there are some major coaches that are going to be stepping down probably within the next 5 years, if not 8 years. So he or she, if it's best, they're going to have to be very quick and in their their decisiveness when it comes to who they're going to replace, because football is the most important. As you know, if you mess up with football, you're in trouble right away, and it doesn't take it takes years to get out of it, and potentially longer than that if you're really not smart.
Scott, you had a great story that went up earlier today about Illinois football, and there was one thing in particular that stood out to me in the back half of the story, and that's Brett Bielema trying to keep players in state. And in particular, it reminded me of some of the things that we heard in the early days of the Matt Rule era at Nebraska, where they're traveling around the state. There was one passage where he wrote Bielema's staff set foot in every school within months of his hiring. I wonder, when you look at the reasons for their struggles pre-Brett Bielema and perhaps the reasons to be optimistic moving forward, where would keeping players in the state of Illinois rank on that list of reasons to believe?
I think if they could keep, they're not going to keep everybody. It's too big of a state and there's too much competition. But if they could keep, say, 8 to 10 players that they really would like to have on their roster within the state of Illinois, that there can be a competitive bowl team every year. And if Brett Bielema can coach, and I think he can, we've seen it at Wisconsin and in other places, I think that they could be a competitive upper level Big Ten team annually. There's enough talent in Illinois where I believe they're not only the sleeping giant, they've just been really Missouri and Illinois to me are just two teams that have been classic underachievers. Missouri's been better the last 10 or so years, but Illinois, there's really no reason that be as poor as they've been, especially in the division they're in, because they have so much talent. But yet, coaching, to me, this is the one situation where I think coaching has really impacted them. They haven't had very good coaches. Lovie Smith was a good coach, recruited a few good players, but really whiffed on a lot of in-state talent and was averse to really going out and beating the bushes. And in Illinois, where you have a state that you have the Chicagoland, it acts like its own fiefdom. Northern and central Illinois is different. Southern Illinois is basically the South. It's close to Kentucky and Tennessee and those areas. And you've got to be active in every single region to be competitive. And Brett is the first one who could really do that and do it well and relate to everybody. So if he can get 8 to 10 guys in state every year that seem to fit what they want to do, and he can go out and win close games, this team's going to be in the 8 to 11 win threshold on almost a consistent basis.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic. Scott, appreciate the time. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
You bet.
Thanks, Scott.
Scott Docterman on the 42 Degrees The Source Zone hotline. I've always looked at Illinois and Missouri similarly in that when you look at the size of the states, the population of the states, that you should and you have an opportunity to be really consistently good at football. I mean, if you look at it, Illinois is a more populated state than Ohio.
When you put it that way.
Missouri's got two huge metropolis pro sports cities on either end of the state. And for a variety of different reasons, you know, those programs haven't been able to like really just seize control, especially with Missouri. I mean, Missouri, there is no other Division I program,
not in the
football
state.
program in the state. I mean, with Illinois, yes, Northwestern in your same conference, you got Northern Illinois, but you know, the University of Illinois is the University of Illinois. Now, part of it is, you know, they're located 2-3 hours away from Chicago.
And then everybody wants to recruit in Chicago. You
And
got Notre Dame, you got all the Big Ten schools right around it.
But I mean, is it that ridiculous to think if things had gone differently that Illinois couldn't be in a similar boat as Ohio State of being able to just like lock down that state, be this great program and I realize there's a lot of other, you know, political and, you know, just cultural things that are different between those states. But we here in Nebraska all the time lament the fact that, man, we're only a state of 1.8 million and, you know, we got to work really hard for these things. And to me, it just goes to show you how great Nebraska was for a very, very long time of outworking a lot of people, because there have been advantages in Missouri and in Illinois that those schools have been unable to either bridge the gap between, you know, because I know in Missouri especially, there was always an argument between the Kansas City faction and the St. Louis faction. It could never get, you know, everything copacetic. But to be able to work through all that and say basically, hey, we're going to be great at football.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got every reason to be great at football when you look at the people they have there. And they've never been able to fully take advantage at Missouri and at Illinois.
Yeah. And it's interesting, too, because the story from Scott, or in the early going, it mentions Red Grange. And the game against Michigan 100 years ago next year in 1924, when he just destroyed Michigan, scored a bunch of touchdowns in essentially a quarter of football. And, you know, it's funny, too, because Scott, in the story, he mentioned some of these years when Illinois was like in the top 10 or right outside of the top 10. And I'm like, wow, you know, I had no idea in 1989 that they were a 10-win team, or in 1990 they were in the top 5 at one point. You know, I remember the 2001 team that went to the Sugar Bowl. I remember the 2008 team that went to the Rose Bowl. But for the most part, maybe it was 2007. For the most part, you know, they've always been this kind of, sometimes they hop up and get to a bowl game, but for the most part, not really. They're a sub 500 football team. It also shows too. I mean, you mentioned Illinois, you mentioned Missouri, how important coaching is, and how, you know, there. Yeah, you can do it with one of those types of programs, but man, you got to have the right guy in charge. And it's for whatever reason, those two schools have been unable to have the right guy in charge.
Coming up next, it is the happy hour. More on the shocking news today, PGA and LIV coming together as one. But we had an email regarding Nebraska Matt Rule year one and how important it is that we want to respond to as we continue next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, police activity still has Ames closed for both directions between 36th and 30th. Also, 31st Street is closed for northbound commuters between Ames and Ferry Street. Road work has 2 left lanes closed on westbound Dodge between 84th and 90th. A stall has the right lane blocked on eastbound I-80 at 42nd. A stall also has the right lane blocked on westbound I-80 between 13th and 24th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Luss Hills Harley-Davidson.
Riding season is here, and it's time to trade in and trade up. Or, if you ain't riding it, Luss Hills Harley-Davidson is buying it. Sell your Harley-Davidson today. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
It's time to squeeze the fun out of summer by becoming a member at Croc Center Omaha. We've got a full range of fitness activities to offer, from free weights to Zumba classes to an indoor swimming pool, pickleball, and more. Join now and save. We'll waive the fees on autopay memberships. Plus, if you go for a paid in full membership, you'll receive a free Stanley tumbler. The Croc Center is just moments away from the Kennedy Freeway and Q Street. Go to omahacroc.org for more information. That's omahakroc.org.
Nick Handley here for DJ's Dugout. Make every day a DJ's Dugout day. Why not? DJ's Dugout has great daily food and drink specials every day. Gather with family and friends at DJ's. This summer, as you're on the move going to ball fields, bring the whole team before or after the game. With 7 metro area locations, there's a DJ's Dugout near you. And DJ's has party rooms too. DJ's Dugout is locally and Vietnam veteran owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Dust. It's in the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom. It's also in your lungs. Let's fix that, shall we? Duck Defense Midwest offers a comprehensive system that cleans, disinfects, filters, and purifies the air. They'll make your home healthier and improve the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com right now for a special air duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. cleanairradio.com.
We're live at Funplex in Omaha asking some experts what the best part of summer here is at the park. So, what do you guys think?
Motion Ocean, the slides, the lazy river, splash, double trouble.
Whoa, one at a time. Whoa!
We got this. Riding the waves of the Motion Ocean. Next, double trouble. A trapdoor drops, and suddenly you're rocketing down a slide feet first. Yeah, but what about music and lights inside Rockin' Rapids?
Okay. I guess the experts have spoken. This summer, let the fun drop at Funplex. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. 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 To have a blow throw, it would be nice. To have a blow throw, it would be nice. To have a blow through.
The happy hour is on the
Air. Welcome everyone to this warm June day.
Dude, it is toasty out there.
Is it? Because I am kind of cold in here.
Oh,
right
man,
now.
it's comfortable
chilly
in here. Man, my butt was sweaty earlier. It is butt sweat season.
See,
it is.
So I've started wearing shorts that go just above the knee, which is the shortest shorts I've ever worn. A little chilly.
Yeah, you should go a little higher, Nick.
A little higher? Get
Oh,
that,
yeah.
Get that higher inseam.
Oh, yeah.
7-inch.
Heck yeah.
Today is June 6th.
6-6.
Well, that's not where I was going with this.
Number of the beast.
Well,
We
you
need
another-
one more.
Upon your suggestion, I have started watching Band of Brothers.
Oh, hell yes.
How far in are you?
Just 2.5 episodes.
Okay.
So
you're about to get to the, oh my gosh, you got so much greatness ahead of you. Because
You
the
met-
early part is actually like the worst part.
You met David Schwimmer, though.
You did meet David
did meet
Schwimmer.
How do you feel
How
about
much does that guy suck?
He sucked pretty bad.
Tool bag.
Not a good drill sergeant.
Today is the 79th anniversary of D-Day, the landing on the beaches of Normandy. I saw this video earlier today. The using the sand from the beach.
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, me
They do
neither.
it every year
To everyone.
for all 9,238 men and women who are buried at Normandy, the beaches of Normandy. And this is, basically it overlooks the beach.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
powerful.
That is powerful.
It is. It's very powerful. Very powerful. So just didn't want to let the day go on without acknowledging this very important day in world history.
Mm-hmm.
Very important day in world history. It's also important because of maybe some people might consider this to be a day that lives in infamy. Speaking of another historical day when it comes to this LIV Golf PGA
Oh,
merger.
God. I was like, where are you going with this?
But I was thinking about this on the drive-in. And if you missed it, yes, the PGA Tour, the European Tour, and LIV Golf have all merged. And it's being done for the greater good of the game. We're bringing the game under one umbrella. And basically, the Saudi money is going to be used to fund this thing. So really, in many ways, this is the PGA Tour becoming LIV Golf. At some point, there will probably be team golf. Some of the concepts that have been brought to LIV will be brought to the PGA Tour. But from, a greater perspective, we've spent the last year plus hearing the debates back and forth, hearing the PGA and some of its players, Rory McIlroy probably being the most vocal, who have been so adamant against what this tour is about. If you missed it earlier, we played you some audio from Jay Monahan, the commissioner of the PGA, who
last year versus this year.
Last year said in response to those, it was a response to a story from the 9/11 Survivors Fund saying, you never have to apologize for being a member of the PGA Tour.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of that is completely out the window. But I was thinking about this on the drive-in. Do you know who the second leading money winner all time is on the PGA Tour?
My guess is it'd be Phil.
Obviously, we know who's
Tiger.
number one.
Tiger's number one. Yeah.
Number 2 on the list is Rory McIlroy.
Oh.
$72 million.
All time.
All time. That's just what he's made on tour.
That's crazy.
That's
'cause
not
obviously-
counting.
Yeah,
that's
it's
not counting
endorsements.
endorsements. That's not counting what he's done with the majors.
How long has he been playing now?
He won his first major in like 2012-ish. I mean, he's definitely been playing probably close to 15 years, Nick, on the professionally. And yeah, he's 34. So yeah, probably been since he was 18 or 19.
There's a lot of people that took very powerful stands last year.
07.
Rory being, of course, one of them. He's already got more than enough money. Is somebody going to actually say, you know what? I'm not going to be a part of this. I'm not going to do this anymore. Or are they just going to fall in line because the money is so great that it's too much to pass up?
Or just I mean, the third option would be, do they just keep playing because they like playing golf, and because this is how they make their living?
You can, but
I mean, there's nowhere else to go though.
Rory's made his living.
No, I'm saying because he just likes to play it.
You can play golf. Play golf anytime you want. Now I get it. There's the competitive side of it, being able to play with the best in the world, but there's obscene money that was already in this sport. If there was ever a chance for an actual players tour, these would be the guys that could pull it off. This isn't like auto racing where you got to have a bunch of investment and equipment and I mean, what's your expenses as a golfer? Travel and a swing coach, probably. If there was ever an opportunity for a band of people to get together and say, you know what? We'll make a change. We're going to say no to your blood money, and we're going to do it our own way. It's almost impossible for football players to do something like that if there was ever a moment, or baseball players, or even NBA players. This is a chance. I'm just saying, this is a chance if people really want to stand on principle, to stand on principle.
Are you going to be upset if they don't?
No, I'm not going to be upset. Not going to be upset.
You sound like you're going to be upset.
I'll be pleasantly surprised if someone does. I won't be upset if they won't do it. But I'm also not going to listen to you rattle your gums anymore about standing on anything, because here's your chance. I mean, this dude, Jay Monahan, stabbed you all in the back. You went to bat for your league, the PGA Tour. You went to bat for this group. You went to bat for them. You stuck your neck out. You turned away 9-figure guaranteed money in some cases to not go over there to back the PGA, and then in one fell swoop, knife right between the old shoulder blades. I'm just saying there's a chance here. I'm not expecting it to happen.
I was gonna say, I don't think there's a chance.
But if there was ever a group that could do it, it'd be professional golfers.
It definitely is the easiest in quotes, but it'd be an easier sport to do it with versus any of the other team sports, just given the nature of golf.
Absolutely. But I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting it.
God, yeah, I don't see it ever happening. I don't see that ever happening. He'll keep playing. Everyone else will keep playing.
Yeah, well.
Are you sure you're not going to be upset?
No.
You seem like you're upset.
Are you mad,
I don't watch the crap anyway.
I know that. I
There
know.
it
That's
what I'm saying.
It just seems like it's going to bother you if they keep playing.
No, not at all.
Okay.
It didn't bother me that the LIV guys kept playing. I wasn't watching their crap anyway.
Well, it was really hard to.
It was.
To be fair.
I don't watch the PGA Tour. Bores the crap out of me. I am curious to know if I'll be less interested in the majors, even though the majors technically aren't a part of all of this because the Masters is run separately.
I mean, I feel like your
PGA
interest has been
Championship.
dwindling in those anyway.
It has.
Since
It
I've
has.
known you.
It has. It's not as great as it used to be.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the majors?
I like them. I still watch them, though I guess I didn't really watch a whole lot of the PGA. I missed a lot of the Masters this year. A lot of it comes down to who's in it, and what I have going on. I mean, sometimes I go out of my way, but not, I mean, certainly not like I do football.
Yeah.
If I never watch golf on TV again, like I could survive. I'll be okay.
I like watching golf, but I don't seek it. If it's on somewhere, then I'll watch it.
But you're not seeking it out.
I'm not seeking it out.
Yeah. And like, honestly, what you just said there, John, is what I keep coming back to today. There's just so much chatter for something that it just seems like a lot of people just don't care. In the end, you don't watch golf, and yet we've talked about it probably for a good 45 minutes of the show.
Well, but I mean, it's what it represents. Because
sure,
this is different than any other sports leagues or teams or mergers or anything of the business of. This is completely and totally different than anything in history in sports because of just the diametrically opposed nature of what these two golf leagues represent from a golf's perspective, but more importantly, of where the money comes from and why it's being done.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes it
and
totally and completely different.
You know, and I read a excerpt from an athletic piece earlier today, and it mentioned a soccer club in England, Newcastle United, who just qualified for next year's Champions League. Obviously, we know what's happened with LIV, and they've also been involved in getting other soccer superstars to come to their leagues. And you just wonder, I mean, I know we wondered aloud off the air, at what point does it come for American franchises? You know, like in the sports that we truly care about. I'm talking the NFL. I'm talking the NBA. I'm talking what's to stop that? Now, I know what's to stop it is the owner's not allowing it or the league's not allowing it. But would they, the question is actually, would they stop it? Would they say, no, you can't own the Washington Commanders.
Right.
You can't own the Los Angeles Clippers.
I heard someone today, I think it was Mark Schlabach of ESPN, said, you could have told me that Nick Saban was just announced as the new head coach of Auburn, and I would have been less surprised. That's how surprising this was, and how much it didn't make sense. Because you say, you know, what if the PIF, you know, the Saudi fund that basically is, you know, putting money into all of this, what if they decided they wanted to invest in an NFL franchise or a Major League Baseball franchise? What's to stop them? Well, you're right. It's the owners.
Yeah,
the owners
it's them saying, no, you're not allowed to.
But if this can happen, where it actually, it's about control of the sport, not control of a franchise in the sport. This is about control of a sport.
Yeah.
And then this was able to happen, given all the vitriol that was out there. It's not insane to think that Roger Goodell and the other 31 owners would just go, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like that league has been on the up and up about everything.
It wouldn't be unlike the NBA to do it. It wouldn't be unlike Major League Baseball to do it. I brought up a scenario off the air. We have all of these regional sports networks under the Diamond Sports umbrella, Bally Sports, that's going bankrupt. What's to stop the PIF from just buying those assets and having control of the TV rights for dozens of major league franchises, from baseball to basketball to hockey?
Yeah.
What's to stop them from investing in stuff that more people care about beyond just golf, which has already been a big money sport, but but for the most part, it's still a niche sport.
If you're talking about audience share,
it's still a niche sport.
It's not football, but it's not even basketball or baseball.
No. And that's the real question, and you wonder how far this all goes.
Yeah.
Matt writes into the Equitable Bank inbox, the PGA told Rory to do this. How welcome do you think Rory will be welcome with the Saudis? I think they're going to be fine with it. This is exactly what they want.
Yeah, it's PR.
They want all of the best golfers. Unless it's happening with their citizens inside their country, the Saudis probably are the one government on the face of the earth that gives zero you-know-whats about what other people say about them.
They can say they won. They won. They got what they won. They don't care.
This is why the PIF exists, to cleanse their reputation. They know their reputation is god-awful. They know their reputation around the world is terrible. They know their people are calling them names. Instead of fighting back on social media or filing lawsuits, they're just going to buy their way into your hearts.
Own the league.
That's what they want. They're doing exactly what they want. They're just, hey, you don't like me? Here's another $100. Oh, you don't like me? Here's another. Oh, you don't like me? Here's 1,000. Oh, you don't like me? Here's 1 million. Oh, you don't like me? Here's 2 million. That's what they're doing. So they don't care if Rory was bad-mouthing them. They'll be welcoming him with open arms, saying, hey, welcome to the Players' Championship.
I'd love to
Great to have you on
give him a
board.
trophy.
They'll be taking their pictures with the big plastic check. Coming up next, got an email regarding Nebraska's first season and if that should correlate to all seasons under Matt Rule. We'll address that when we continue on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
4th place in 1944's Running of the Roses. The horse's name, Shut Up.
Simple, tasteful. So this was also probably a little vulgar.
And they probably had a whole segment on 1944 Sports Talk Radio about how they were a horrible example for the kids.
Is society crumbling because the horse's name was Shut Up? This is 1944. We're trying to win a war here, and your horse's name is Shut Up.
I love your 1944 guy.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to partly cloudy and very warm into the evening here, then mostly clear later tonight. Lows should drop back to near 64. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, high near 90 with a 40% chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, Ames is still closed between 36th and 30th for both directions. Same goes on northbound 31st between Ames and Ferry. Police are investigating an earlier shooting. Avoid the area. We've got a stall blocking the right lane on southbound 60th at Grover. Stop-and-go traffic on southbound 72nd between Haskell and F Street. And then road work still causing delays on westbound Dodge between 84th and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
Backlund Plumbing is the most referred plumber in town, and that's because of our professional plumbers. If you'd like to join the Backlund Plumbing team, go to backlundplumbing.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Saviv for Ted and Wally's, 2 locations, one in the Old Market, of course, the other in Benson. Ultra premium ice cream. You may ask yourself, what does that mean? Well, 20% butterfat. Been making it since 1984, and there's so many different flavors. And one of my favorite things about Ted and Wally's is they make an ice cream for you. They've got keto-friendly ice cream. They've got goat milk ice cream. Whatever you're looking for, they have it. It's Ted and Wally's, 2 wonderful locations, Old Market and Benson. And of course, tell them Severe sent you.
Everyone knows Sol's pays top dollar for your gold, but Sol's pays cash on the spot for your precious metals too. Silver, gold, platinum, coins, bars. Who wants to wait to get paid? Get to Sol's Jewelry and Loan.
Sol's Jewelry and Loan. Find it all at Sol's. Sol's Jewelry.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
Hey, Jay, can you finish that induction range installation tomorrow?
Orders have really amped up at Nate's Electric.
We need to finish installing it first in Maine. Did we hear back from the grocery chain?
It's no shock he needs electricians, like yesterday.
Smart fridge. Everybody wants one of those these days.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Nick Handley here for my friends at DJ's Dugout. Everyone at DJ's Dugout says welcome to Omaha baseball fans. June is a fun and exciting month in Omaha, and we welcome all the college baseball teams, little league teams, and visitors here in town. DJ's can accommodate teams in large groups. Omaha is known for getting a good burger, and DJ's fresh, never frozen half-pound Angus beef burgers are absolutely delicious. DJ's is locally and Vietnam veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
What exactly are you putting in that sock?
The 1620 The Zone.
If you missed it earlier, we announced that Mike Farron will be joining us this season on our College World Series preliminary game radio broadcast here on 1620 The Zone.
Wow.
Along with yours truly, Gary Sharp, Connor Happer, Nick Handley.
Wow.
Some producer named Grim.
Man,
That's me.
I'll say this. When I'm driving home.
Oh, yeah.
You
When
guys,
you're
you guys are
driving
gonna,
home,
I
waiting for
can't-
that call from LIV because you're accepting their blood money.
Never.
for
I
not
wouldn't do that.
working.
I cannot wait to listen to you guys while I drive home. and then I'll get home and I won't listen. But man, the drive home is going to be great. Unless I have a podcast to listen to. And then just kidding. I support you on the way home. I'll listen the first weekend. I'm doing doubleheader shows most of the time. I'll actually come by the booth and say hello. I'll listen in the media area.
You're just coming up for the free food
yes. Here's a little behind the scenes peek for some of the listeners out there who are like, oh man, what's it like in the press box? Are all the writers paying attention to every pitch? No, I watched one writer book a vacation during a baseball game for like an hour. He was looking at what flights to do. Like, there's a game, and
amazing.
You're writing supposedly about this game.
Well, then he was booking.
And then he was nice, Nick. Nice. Yeah. I just read a bunch of long form articles during the game. Maybe I'll bring a book up to the booth.
Why don't you just bring a podcast?
I could. I mean, yeah, bring my headphones.
Shane yesterday into the Equitable Bank inbox was triggered. So Josh just brought up another innocuous story about how Mike Riley has poor clock management skills in the USFL, and
we made fun of him.
We did. We made fun of him, and then Shane got triggered, and
he called you the biggest Mike Riley homer of all time, or something like that. And then he said that you doubted Scott Frost from the beginning, something along those lines.
Anyway,
yeah.
He did write back though. He said, "Sorry for being over the top, and I get it. But when talking about Rule, and question is, can he get a winning season?"
Which is a question that we have asked, right, for year one.
We ask it all the time.
Mm-hmm. Almost every.
And we'll ask it several more times between now and then.
Yeah.
Look at every head coach in Nebraska history and look at their record in first season and look at their tenure. Believe it or not, first year is telling how the tenure is going to go. So I don't buy in it's going to be bad this year, but it'll be better next year.
I mean, to be fair to Shane, Bob Devaney, 9 wins, year one. A preview of what was to come. Tom Osborne, I guess the same thing. Frank Solich won 9. Now, some would say that was a preview of what was to come. Others would say not really because he tailed off at the end. Bo Pelini, 9 wins right away. Literally, what he did almost his entire time. Mike Riley went 6 and 7. They did not go 500, but they did win a bowl game.
And then they were better the next year.
They're better the next year, and then they fired him after year 3. And then Scott Frost went 4 and 8. And then, I mean, you got to help me out before that, before Bob.
Well, listen, I am the first person who likes to look at historical trends. I know Stu Manji in the Stu Manji Sports Bureau, friend of the program. Remember, he did all that work on, and this was first 4 years. Remember, first 4 years and how rare it was for a coach to have 4 straight losing seasons and pull the nose up at the Power 5 level in year 5 and beyond. And as it turned out, Frost couldn't do it either. But that was after 4 years. Okay. So I get, historical trends, but
this seems a little too short-sighted.
Well, it is. Because
it's a different era, first of all. I would start with it's a different era. You can be so in year 1 at a school and then have success because it happens at a lot of other schools.
And I know it's college, pro, whatever. Who are the 2 most successful head coaches in Dallas Cowboys history?
Jimmy Johnson and Tom Landry.
And do you know what their records were their first couple of years?
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great.
1-15 for old Jimmy J.
Yeah, I don't know what Tom's was.
Landry was pretty close to
Smile,
the same.
Tom.
And yeah, they were an expansion franchise in 1960, but it took until about 4 years in for Landry's team to start winning. And I know, different era, different time, blah, blah,
11 and 1. Ugh.
But you gotta be careful. And this is what I guard against. Nebraska has been caught in this trap too many times where they judge the book by its cover. I'm just looking to see how this team looks this year. I don't care what the record is this year. Hey, if they exceed my expectations and win 7 or 8 games, will I be impressed? Of course I will. But I'm not going to expect it. I'm not expecting a bowl game this year. I think you do need to allow a little room for growth. I want to see what this is going to look like. Matt Rule himself, horrible year ones at Baylor and Temple. Or Temple?
Yeah, Baylor and Temple, yeah.
I keep wanting to say Tulane for some reason. Baylor and Temple. Pulled the nose up right away. Now listen, that may not be a telltale sign of things to come. But to put so much on the first year, given all the changes that are happening, and there's going to be mistakes made. There are going to be mistakes made. And this is a tough conference just to walk in and start winning games right away. Haven't the last 11, 12 years taught us anything? This is not an easy conference to win in.
You know, there's a part of me, and I think that I haven't verbalized this on the air, but I know I've been thinking about it a lot over the prior few months with Matt Rule coming on board. Yeah. And I think it crystallized yesterday with this email, because the email started seemingly with like a Frost defender coming out of the woodwork, which is always like a surprise. And I'm going to be serious.
Those people still exist.
That they still exist. And it's like, wow, there is someone still upset about Scott Frost and saying anything positive about Mike Riley and maybe something negative about Scott Frost. And what I am concerned about, going off of what you just said about a year one, is that at any chance to make Matt Rule look bad, that part of the fan base is going to show its face.
Yeah.
If they, let's say if they go 5-7, or if they lose the first game. Look, man, it has not been super toxic lately around here.
No.
Which has been, a huge difference compared to the last few off seasons.
Refreshing.
But it has been. But there's a part of me that does think that all of that is just waiting to be unearthed if they have a slow start. If they lose to Minnesota, if they don't look good versus Colorado, whether they win or lose. I mean, if they lose, I think it's going to be a panic. But I really think that that's out there, and that at any chance, I think that Frost faction of the fan base that has been pretty quiet, because again, like, what could you say? I think they're going to return. And I'm worried, and this email kind of crystallized that again for me of like, man, I think that those types of fans still exist, and it's not going to be great.
I mean, you gotta allow at least some room for growth. I get it. There have been examples of coaches who walked in and had great success or showed signs of success from year one. I still say to this day, Bob Stoops screwed up a lot of the narrative.
He changed college football. Johnny won a natty in year 2
for a generation.
He changed everything because no one had done it. He won in year 2, and then Jim Tressel won in year 2, and after that, it was like, you got to win in year 2.
Yeah,
and Larry Coker didn't count.
That's not realistic.
No,
that's not realistic. You can't expect everyone to do just that.
Yeah, think about that. So starting in 2002, so he won in year 2. Well, actually, go back to 01. Larry Coker was in year 1. He won. 2006, a few years later, Urban Meyer, he wins a national title in year 2.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, oh, wow. Pete Carroll, I think he won a title in year like 3 or 4. It was like, oh, see, this is what you do. You win titles, early and often. And, I mean, sure enough, that has kind of become the marker of a successful football coach after that, before a coach like a Saban started owning the sport for a decade and a half.
Here is Jeff on the 42 Degrees, the Source Zone hotline. Hello, Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, thanks, guys. Well, just look where the odds makers have it, right? 6.5 wins. That's probably right where I think it would be, right? They may win 6. They may win 7. But look at last year's. Last year's, they came in at 7.5, meaning they were supposed to win 8 games last year. Trust me, I jumped all over that, and I got a new patio set.
Heck yeah.
I knew they weren't going to get, So 6.5, yeah, you're right. Might make a bowl game, might not, but that's right where that number should be. So,
thank you, Jeff.
And maybe to the emailer Shane's point, that's what he's looking at 6. He didn't specify in the email, but maybe he's thinking. I think what he's avoiding is like if Nebraska went 3-9 or 4-8.
Yeah.
I'm not going to allow myself to be so superficial when it comes to record. I want to see how this is going to look, because remember, you've got a lot of guys on this coaching staff who have never coached at this level before. If you don't think there's going to be growing pains, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, look, they have not made a bowl game since 2016. Sometimes, and I know we just did this with Jack yesterday, where we ran through the schedule. It's like, man, if you take care of the games you should win, all you got to do is win 2 others. And like, yeah, on paper, it sounds awesome and easy. But
We've
nothing
been saying it for years.
Dude, I still think, even after all of the failures of the last 6 seasons, that people do literally forget that this is like the worst Power 5 program in college football right now. They're the only one in that time frame to not make a bowl game. The only one. Like, I think that they will. I think that they can. But it also just don't ignore that it's going to be difficult, even if the schedule on paper seems easy.
Here's the rundown. Okay, Nebraska 12-point favorites over Northwestern, lost.
12? Good Lord.
23-point favorites over Georgia Southern, lost.
Wow. Then after that, I think they're dogs in basically every game, right? That they lost.
I'm just going back. I'm going back, through history.
Oh, yeah. If you go to the prior
Purdue,
year.
7.5-point favorites, lost.
Which year was this?
2021. Some people may have guaranteed a win in that.
Some people did guarantee a win. And then others had to pick up the pieces on Big Red overreaction.
Let's see.
By the way, Shane has followed up and says success with me is 6 or 7 wins. And he adds I was anti-Frost and Riley. So
okay.
at least you got that going.
That's fine. Just looking back at, there's been history. They were 10.5-point favorites against Northern Illinois, lost.
Oh, Mike Riley's last year.
Yeah. There's been history.
Yeah, they're going to be huge favorites against Northern Illinois. They're going to be huge favorites against La Tech. They're going to be favorites against Colorado on the road. And they could very well lose any of those 3 games.
And so I say, if they take care of business, the problem is they've not taken care of business.
Yeah,
and maybe they will this year.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Maybe this is the year we're smart and we don't have any game in the will or even should win category, and they're all in the might, won't, or whatever. Like, we're going to have to put them in those categories. There's no reason they should win games because they don't.
Now, sure, if this team went 0-12, I would be very concerned. Or 1-11.
That'd be bad. Concerned. I would agree. That would be bad.
But I'm not going to shut my mind off from the fact that, this could be a struggle this year. And that doesn't necessarily have to mean that the whole thing is going to not work. The difference between, and I know people don't like hearing this, but the difference between Bob Stoops, Oklahoma, Jim Tressel, Ohio State, Urban Meyer, Florida, great recruiting backgrounds, great recruiting territories.
Well, great rosters that were left behind.
Nebraska has always had to work harder to achieve more. Always.
Well, that's not even the point. The point is that those guys were left incredible rosters. And unless this staff is about to unearth a bunch of dudes that we don't realize they have, which would be incredible because that means that they're developing the hell out of them.
Right.
We're not going to be having those types of conversations.
But it's harder to win here. It is. It just is. I don't care what the history says. It has always been harder to work here. It's one of the reasons why I'm hopeful for Matt Rule, because it seems like he's a guy that gets it.
Edward says,
and has the work ethic to get it.
Buffs are quietly building a winning roster, says Edward. I would say there's nothing quiet about what they're doing right now.
Tiny baby roster.
Yeah, and they're definitely not building a winning roster. That roster's going to lose.
You mean they do anything quiet?
Yeah,
with
quietly.
Anything with Coach Prime?
Edward, you wrong, bro.
All right, coming up next, it is time for some content.
What do we got in content today?
Well, coming up today in content, we didn't get a chance to talk about this with Mike Farron. Oakland A's stadium update.
Ooh, yeah, this is interesting.
Also, it could be the ultimate collision of pop culture. Something I read today. The ultimate collision of pop culture.
Okay.
Which I'm not sure if I would be in favor of.
Okay.
That and more as Unsportsmanlike Conduct continues after this on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
We're live at Funplex in Omaha asking some experts what the best part of summer here is at the park. So, what do you guys think?
Motion ocean, the slides, the lazy river, splash, double trouble?
Whoa, one at a time. Whoa!
We got this. Riding the waves of the motion ocean. Nah, it's double trouble. A trapdoor drops, and suddenly you're rocketing down a slide feet first. Yeah, but what about music and lights inside Rockin' Rapids?
Okay. I guess the experts have spoken. This summer, let the fun drop at Funplex. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
As a business owner, you work hard to keep the lights on. At Emprise Bank, we do too. We understand the challenges that growing companies face because Emprise is built for business. Whether you need to borrow capital, finance real estate, or get advice to reach your goals, our commercial bankers are here with flexible financing solutions to make banking easy and to help you switch from your current bank seamlessly. This is the power of possible. Visit emprisebank.com to learn more.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Introducing Cox Fiber. With fiber-fast speeds, it's internet built for tomorrow, today. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Coffee comes from a plant. Tea comes from a leaf. Kratom comes from a leaf. Kratom may seem new, but it is an all-natural product that has helped people for centuries alleviate discomfort, anxiety, and so much more. At 42 Degrees, we carry the largest selection, highest quality Kratom, so that you can receive all the benefits of Kratom. At 42 Degrees, we care about your health, so ask for our Kratom at any of our multiple locations. For hours and locations, go to 42degrees.com. Buy your mom's house.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. Last year, PACE served over 5,000 area kids with wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Let us talk about the three most surprising things about modern LASIK at Kugler Vision. The first, how fast that LASIK procedure is. With Kugler Vision's leading edge technology, we're talking just a few minutes per eye. Incredibly speedy. And how about this for number two, how comfortable the procedure is. So often from their patients, they hear, wait, that's it? It's over? They make sure that you're relaxed and comfortable, as well as knowing exactly what is happening. And this, for number three, how quickly you can get back to normal life. Patients typically drive themselves to Kugler Vision the very next day for their follow-up visit. So you're back in action less than 24 hours later. Kugler Vision right now, they have special pre-summer savings on modern LASIK or any of their other advanced vision correction procedures. If you've ever thought about fixing your bad vision, the Kugler Vision Eye Analysis is your first step. Do so today. Schedule one online at kuglervision.com.
Have you heard the news? Tickets for Less, formerly Ticket Express, has moved to a new office location located near Oakview Mall at 145th and West Center Road, just a few miles west of their former Omaha location. Now, the new office space, it allows Tickets for Less to better serve the needs of customers in the area, and they're still going to provide that high-quality customer service. So head on over to the new Tickets for Less location. It's at 145th and West Center Road for the best deals on tickets to the big baseball event downtown, the Huskers, the Chiefs, and more, or just head over to ticketsforless.com now to save.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick. What do we have today in content?
Remember when the biggest summer topic for months was satellite camps? Well, Nebraska's down at one right now, and there aren't any hot takes. What the hell gives?
Back in a more innocent time of college sports, this was the thing that carried us through the summer.
It really did. Remember that one year?
My God.
We talked about it, Nick, like every day. And for the record, we were on the right side of the argument.
Oh, yeah.
That this isn't a big deal and should be allowed to happen. So I guess we got the world we wanted.
We did.
Just like how our forefathers fought so that Nick could go play Frisbee golf. we fought so that satellite camps could happen and no one would care.
And now Matt
Right?
Rule is entertaining reporters down in Texas.
How about the fact that they're all going to stay in dorms? How cool is that? People love that news. What are you doing, curmudgeon?
People like dorms.
John, we like when teams are able to build a culture.
Okay.
I do, at least.
Okay.
You're not allowed to say anything about culture this season. I just want you to know that.
Oh, I didn't know that was the only way you could do it.
It is one way to do it.
I just hope that someone's back doesn't get thrown out sleeping on those crappy beds.
Dude, they are so tiny. They're big football players, but the beds are so tiny.
Tiny baby beds?
Yeah, indeed. The Colorado players.
What's next? They're going to make them drink water out of one ladle that's in a bucket.
Oh, what is this? 1954?
Hey, let's get some salt tablets. That's
Oh,
what you
no,
need.
it's
You
like
don't need
junk
water, you
shit.
need salt tablets.
Rats.
As we discussed earlier.
No, we didn't, Nick.
We didn't. You're right.
No.
Isaiah Rodgers of the Indianapolis Colts is in deep doo-doo. Not only did he bet on sports, not only did he bet inside the team facility, but he bet on the Colts. How much more do you expect to see something like this in the coming seasons?
Sadly, I think we're going to see it. We just need to get used to it happening. You know, Calvin Ridley was the first player to get suspended, and he did same game parlays or something like that. We know the situation with the Lions. The college situations, I think, ramped things up quite a bit in recent months. But this, man, I thought of all the stuff that would happen, betting on your own team games would still be like the one way down the road. But if a guy is doing that and he's maybe doing it inside the team facility, I mean, I have to imagine that other players are doing so as well. So dumb.
A lot of this, and it's similar to the college situation, and we didn't even get a chance to get into that much with Scott Docterman today of The Athletic, but a lot of it is, and I know it's going to sound silly, but it's ignorance. Now that this stuff is actually available, you almost have to remind athletes, hey, oh, by the way, you can't be betting on your own team. Now, I'm not saying this excuses Isaiah Rodgers. Ignorance is not an excuse. But I do wonder if some of this is just absent-mindedness of just not, because we've not had the ability to gamble all across the country.
Yeah, but you know not to bet on your team.
You would think. But, I mean, some of this, now betting on your own team, that should be something that should be ingrained into everyone. But just not using the app inside the team facility, which, by the way, those things can be checked, obviously. It's going to happen, and it's going to continue to happen. The question is going to be, at what point does the punishment start to fit the crime itself?
The Golden Knights whooped dad ass last night, going up 4-0 on the Panthers before winning the game 7-2. The series returns to the Sunshine State at 2-0 Vegas. Will Florida make things interesting?
7-2.
Over on the bet of the day, baby. Let's go.
Yes, they will. They will. Yeah, I mean,
you can't expect to go down to Florida and play hockey and come away with a W. It's going to be warm and humid.
You mean just like it's 100 degrees in Las Vegas?
Yeah, but it's a dry heat.
But that's true.
Always forget about
Ice
the
doesn't
humidity.
melt as fast in the dry heat.
Humidity, man. You feel all wet.
I prefer dry heat.
I do too. No. 3-1 is going to be the series after 4 games, and I can't remember if it's 2-3-2 in hockey. I think it is. Gentlemen's sweep. Gentlemen's sweep.
Sure. The Oakland A's stadium plan for the Vegas Strip is on hold after the Nevada legislature adjourned without advancing the funding bill. A special session could be coming to deal with other Nevada budget measures, but could the A's be left out in the dry heat?
In the dry heat, thank you. I'd be surprised, just given how out on Front Street they've been about all this situation. I felt similar for different reasons with the Bears yesterday. No, they will not be left out in the cold nor the dry heat. They will be there. They'll play baseball in Las Vegas.
But if they can't get any help from the lawmakers and they have to wait till next year before finding out for certain, do they make the move without knowing what the financing is? And then what other cities step up to the plate and say, oh, but we'll do it? Or does the PIF run in and say, you know what?
No, not Port Brunt.
It'll be the Rehad A's.
Oh man, poor Brunts.
I think Rehad Athletics.
I think Brunts would say, "See you later."
I'm pretty sure he would too.
He might already say that, but I think
might be one area where Major League Baseball says, "Yeah, we really can't have a franchise in Saudi Arabia. It makes it very difficult for the travel."
The former president of the USFL is starting a new spring football league for high school sophomores and juniors. The Super Prep League plans on being in majority metros across America and play 6 games from April to May. Is this necessary? Like at all?
The football industrial complex never ceases to amaze me. It's Yep, we need this. Where on earth do we need something
where
like
is the
this?
demand for this?
There is no demand.
But
actually, the only demand is from the actual athletes
the
themselves.
people that are trying to make a buck.
In an opportunity to, hey, I'm going to get a chance to play the best of the best and get my film out there in front of other coaches. Yet, we keep hearing about how dangerous football. Oh, we can't be playing football year round. It's too dangerous. People get hurt.
Not
So
if you
what are we
make
gonna
money
do?
from it, though.
Yeah. There's no shortage of people who want to make money off of the football industrial complex.
If you're wondering what cities are these major cities, Atlanta, Cleveland, Dallas, Houston, New Jersey, New Orleans, LA, Miami, Phoenix, San Diego, San Francisco, and Tampa. Those are the cities. So the closest one to us, sadly, is Dallas. Bummer. I was hoping we'd get to cover one in Kansas City.
You want to know something I am even less interested in than covering
LIV?
some aspects of recruiting or LIV or the PGA Tour? This.
Yeah, I don't want to watch.
This.
It sounds horrible.
Pepsi is no longer the sponsor of the Super Bowl halftime show. There's a current artist on the music scene who has been in the Coca-Cola family for a while, who some believe would make a great Super Bowl halftime act. Is the world ready for Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl?
I mean, it would seem to be the one thing that her resume is missing. She's performed at arenas and football stadiums, has the biggest tour in the country right now. A lot. I mean, you look at the list of Super Bowl acts. I mean, it's a lot of the historically great performers or biggest bands, performers in the world, either at the time or, in the case of like the Rolling Stones, past their prime. If that, I didn't know. I had always wondered why she hadn't performed. I didn't realize she was a Coca-Cola fan. No wonder Mike Stibbs is such a big fan of her.
Can you
I love her so
imagine
much.
I mean, you already have the most watched television event in America and one of the biggest in the world. And then to add the psychotic Taylor Swift fans to the audience.
Swifties. They're called Swifties.
That's the name of the mop we use, a little squeezy button.
No, that's called a lib man.
That's a broom.
Lib man.
You said it though about the one thing on her resume. Does she need it on her resume?
She probably wants it.
I didn't know if it was that sought after by music acts to want to.
I would just assume it is. I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I would assume if you're the biggest whatever in your field, you probably want to do the biggest thing, and this is the biggest thing.
I will definitely be avoiding that halftime
I didn't realize
show.
how much you
and Twitter.
hated
No,
her.
I have nothing against her per se. I just don't want to be around for all the. I mean, if you think royal family Twitter is annoying, Taylor Swift performing at the Super Bowl Twitter would take it to a new.
Well, just watch it with and just put your phone down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just won't be around to watch
I thought you were
going
to say you don't want to watch the Super Bowl.
Oh no, I'll
halftime
watch the Super Bowl
show. And the halftime show.
I very rarely watch the halftime show.
Oh,
Wow. Really?
I do, Nick, and I don't even listen to music.
I love the halftime show. It's always been my favorite part.
Oh, okay, that's a horrible
Okay,
take.
this is why it's wrong. It's just wrong. Just Taylor, just do your own thing, do your own concerts, and just stay away from the Super Bowl.
John, you and I were making fun of Crapple yesterday when they announced their dumb, goofy goggles that aren't going to work and they're way too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But they also announced a new app for the Apple Watch, Crapple Watch, that will track your mental health. We're not going to make fun of this too, are we?
I highly doubt it works.
Down on mental health and improving it.
No, I want to improve mental health.
Yikes.
I don't think you can do it with a phone.
No, it's a watch.
No, the watch will just be
Watch,
like,
phone, whatever it is, crap that we're
You're
looking
so
at all the
100
time,
years
screens.
Old. What's the difference between a phone and a watch?
Things
I'm not going to use. For the record, I'm not going to use the app.
Questions that wouldn't have existed.
Yeah,
100
yeah.
years ago.
So we're going to trust a company that has literally gotten people addicted to technology to now help us with our mental health. Yeah, the odds of this doing any good are very slim.
Maybe they'll help, Nick. Maybe it'll help.
If anything, it'll continue to brainwash people into think I've got to have this.
Well, no, because what it'll do is it'll be an app that'll help the mental health of people.
Yeah.
And then the
So that's a good thing.
the next version of the app, you have to get a completely new watch for, because the
Right.
new version of the app won't work on the old version.
I get the reference.
And it'll require a dongle thing for
Yeah.
some reason because you want to plug headphones in and it doesn't work. And
Apple loves proprietary technology.
oh, yes, they do.
You sound really angry right now, Nick.
I am.
Wow. But you don't even use Apple, so why do you care?
You know what?
I think it's the concept's evil.
Evil?
I think
preying on
I think
people.
the Saudis should buy Apple.
No, I like using my iPhone.
Oh, would you boycott Apple if?
Yeah, I'd get rid of it. I don't want one of those crappy. I want to have the blue text. I don't want no green text. I'd ruin the group text. I'm not going to be that friend. I'm not going to be that friend.
Cocaine Bear has beat. Wait, hold on.
Begat.
Begat. That's a word. Cocaine Bear has begat Cocaine Shark, which is now begat Crackoon. Has this bit about animals and narcotics jumped the Cocaine Shark?
It has indeed. It's like when they did that movie, Sharknado, and then they started
Sharknado.
doing other
Lots of
NATOs.
Sharknados.
Yeah, we don't need every animal on drugs. We just don't.
We've kind of seen the bit.
Yeah, it was a fun bit. I will never watch Cocaine Bear again. I have no desire to.
No, neither
I'm
do
happy
I.
that I watch it in a theater full of friends of the Grum and our former boss and his wife, and they couldn't get out of there fast enough. Man, they were like, "What the hell did we just sign up for?" I don't need Crack-Coon.
I do love the name though. Crackoon is really.
I
fun
mean,
to
it's
say.
a funny name. It's a funny haha, but no. No.
Yeah, we won't be doing this.
No.
Yeah. All right, we're done.
We're done. We're done here.
We're
out
done
on.
with-
You're out on crack.
I'm out on crack. I will
I'm out on
never.
crack.
I will never try crack.
Do we want to put that on the board?
You could. I mean, yeah. I'm never going to. Nick.
Yep. I also will not try
I
crack.
just was making sure. I mean, we know John is not going to pledge to this. What do you think he does on his Tuesdays? Crack Tuesdays.
That's what he calls
at the
them.
Bishop House.
I didn't realize
He's like,
that.
honey, get the crack ready. It's Crack Tuesday. I'm leaving work.
All right, coming up next, it's the bet of the day on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Fun fact, did you know gorillas burp when they're happy? Really? I'm glad humans don't have that issue, as it would create some awkward moments. Dave and Ryan Osted here with Osted's Golf. Looking for your happiness on the course? Book your fitting appointment today with Osted's, the nation's top 100 fitter from Callaway, Ping, Mizuno, and Golf Digest. Why get fit? On average, golfers gain 19 yards off the tee and drop their handicap by 10%. Wow, results like that will make any golfer happy. Stop in today or book your appointment on Osteds.com. All burps will be taken as a compliment.
Celebrate the college baseball championship with Templeton Rye. Whiskey for the strong-spirited with an all-star lineup of 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve. Templeton Rye is crafted with a strong community spirit, the perfect way to celebrate your favorite team. Templeton Rye, whiskey for the strong-spirited. Available near you.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch.
Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Your exclusive home for Royals baseball in Omaha.
Right up the middle, Bishop, and the Royals are a winner.
1620 The Zone. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson
And my tray was too close to my joystick, and I got too excited.
of 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding me.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, friends, yesterday, the bet of the day. John Bishop had Texas A&M to win, and they lost against Stanford, as we all remember. I had the Golden Knights to win and the over. The Golden Knights hit the over by themselves. They scored 7 goals. Thank you very much, Golden Knights. Nick had the Twins. Nick, what happened with the Twins last night?
So the line that I picked was Twins and the Rays.
Yep.
Twins over the Rays.
Yep.
They didn't play a game yesterday. They play that game tonight.
Now, wasn't a rain delay like Nick made a mistake, or was there a rain delay last night?
Nope. They,
I don't
they
know
were
if there's
scheduled to
rain.
play
All right.
tonight and not yesterday.
All right, so Nick's going to roll his over.
I'm rolling it over.
I'm going to go with the Miami Marlins minus 1.5 runs versus my Kansas City Royals. The line just changed to plus 134 on this. That game has already started, so this is a live line.
Let's go with a same game parlay.
Oh.
Give me the Angels tonight. And
the GOAT. I love how mad you get when you have to say anything positive about him.
We love Shohei, don't we?
Yeah, we all do. This show loves Shohei.
John has a Shohei baseball card.
What's the prop that you're doing?
That he records a hit. Plus 127.
Wow.
If he's truly the
see here
he's
this is how
truly
you always
great, he'll
couch
get
it.
a hit tonight.
Oh, man, if he's
truly great, if he's just another guy, then he'll go 0 for 4.
That's the bet of the day. Iowa. You know, Hall of Famers, John. Hall of Famers had many games where they didn't get hits. Hall of Famers. You know the best hitter in baseball history? Who is, in your opinion, who's the best hitter in baseball history? Ted Williams?
Ted's up there.
I mean,
Tony Gwynn's up
He
there.
had games where he didn't get hits. Joe DiMaggio, people forget about his
But
hitting streak.
Those were truly great players.
Shohei, truly great.
Shohei's done a lot of things that nobody else has done or only Babe Ruth has done.
There you go, Nick. You great caveat at the very end.
Cool. There's a lot of
Many-
they're not the first people to
Can you
both hit
imagine
and pitch in the same game.
John, 1927, John. Babe Ruth's cool and all, but he's not the man of my dreams. I don't know.
Well, in 1927, Babe had already established himself as one of the greats and
As Shohei.
had won and actually
Because he had
been in
Lou
playoff
Gehrig on
games.
his team. He had Lou Gehrig.
Oh, that's it. Oh, so we're blaming Mike Trout.
Well,
You're
and
blaming Mike Trout for the
Murderers
lack
Row.
of.
Mel Ott. Who else was on that team? Was Mel Ott on that team? He was.
All
Mel
I'm saying
Ott.
is, if you're really that great, you should be able to maybe
Someday,
show up in a playoff game.
20 years from now,
Who else was on the 1927 Yankees? Let's go look at some of these roster guys.
baseball
You're not
players
gonna
are going to get the
recognize
show.
any of their
here.
names.
9 Hall of Famers, John. Herb Pennock, Waite Hoyt, Lou Gehrig, Tony Lazzari, Babe Ruth, Earl Combs, Miller Huggins. What a fun name. That's their manager. Oh, and then some other guys were, presidents. I don't care about them. Still, look at that. Oh, so Mel Ott wasn't on this team. Was Mel Ott on this team? Who is Mel Ott?
Did not play for the Yankees.
Okay, I was going to say, I didn't think he did.
Mel Ott was not a Yankee.
Anyway, that is a group of really good players. The Angels don't have 9 Hall of Famers. They have 2 Hall of Famers. You got to have 9 if you're going to win the World Series, obviously.
Well, they have 0 Hall of Famers.
They have 2 future Hall of Famers on the roster.
Someday, kid's going to get the Ohtani Award.
The Ohtani Award?
The Ohtani Award.
Oh, for the best player who misses the playoffs.
Wow.
That would be a good award.
That's pretty fun.
Hey, best player who doesn't make the postseason.
Okay, that's
again.
That's
fair.
What we got tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Mike Schaefer.
Oh.
Parker Gabriel, NBA
Oh.
Finals, Steve Sipple.
Wow.
We'll
Or
really
allegedly Sipple.
We'll put Nick to the
Thank you.
test to see if he can actually get Steve Sipple on the show.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Shohei Ohtani.
No, he'll
I
be
could try.
too busy screwing my bet of the day.
Ah,